Sadly, my computer suffered the fall recently, so my camera will not be working, but I will try to be as presential as possible with just my voice.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the EVOLVED-5G demo day for the Accelerator. And we welcome all the jury members, speakers, and of course, the cohorts of the EVOLVE-5G acceleration program. It's been a pretty intense few months, but you know, it's all rewarding because we get to see great pitches from promising teams from different sectors. And most importantly, today we will host speakers from all over Europe discussing about new technologies, new business opportunities with the involvement of 5G and beyond, and see what investors have to say for that as well. So we get a 360-degree view of what the industry has to share about 5G technologies. And of course, we have startups and SMEs to give their point of view because, you know, the struggle is real, but it's worth so much of the time and an investment for the startups and the SMEs community. Without, taking up much from your time, I would like to hand over the virtual mic to Javier, who is manager of the EVOLVE-5G project, leading the project. Javier, the floor is yours, and thank you for everything.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks to you, and thanks to the Involved and Impact Entrepreneurship team for the organization and the job that you have done so far concerning the acceleration program. So it's been a real pleasure to work with you so far, and it's great the way you have organized this demo day for the acceleration program. So thank you very much for all the work that you have done, and I would like to welcome everybody here in this demo day. I just have a brief presentation, Maria, if you like, because I would like to share a couple of things before we start, because the important day today is to listen from our entrepreneurial community here, but I would like just to deliver a quick presentation on some stuff and topics that we have created in EVOLVE-5G, and I would like to put them in the context of the future of telecom networks and the bridge that we want to build between 5G and the upcoming 6G. So if you allow me, I would like to share my screen, Maria.
Sure, yeah, of course, Javier, we're looking forward to it because you've done so much work developing network applications, a marketplace, an engaged community. So a lot has been done. Congrats to all.
Thank you, everyone. You can see my screen, I suppose.
Yep, everything's good.
Okay. So, as Maria said, this is Javier Garcia speaking. I work for Telefónica, and I have the honor to be the project coordinator of EVOLVE-5G. In this presentation, I promise I'll be brief, okay? I would like to address two things mainly. I would like to present to each and every one of you some of the most important EVOLVE-5G tools, resources, and developments that we have created in the context of the project, so that you as SMEs and startups can explore more about 5G and ease the adoption of 5G within your own businesses. And the other thing that I plan to address is how to explain as much as I can how all these tools and resources and developments that we have created in EVOLVE-5G fit in the future of telecom networks, and especially in the transition from 5G to 6G, a little bit of researcher perspective as well. Okay, in this transition between 5G and 6G, we expect very demanding services in terms of networks performance, actually. For example, we expect to have in the future and in the coming years holographic type communications and solutions. We expect to see solutions on digital twinning, and we expect, for example, to see extended reality to be massively adopted by final users, right? And all these services that will be created by people like you, by SMEs and startups, because you deliver the services on top of the network, will be very, very demanding, as I said before, in terms of networks performance. And we need to be prepared for the future in order to support these specialized and these demanding services. And while we have a long way before, right, these services can actually be deployed in the market, one thing seems to be clear, to be honest. In order for these services to be realized, in order for these services to work, a full integration of the network with verticals, right? With these verticals must take place. And in turn, for this to happen, a fine-tuning of network functionalities and common and standardized interfaces in the network to support these services must also take place, right? How EVOLVE-5G fits in the realization of this future, and how EVOLVE-5G positions itself in the future, and how the tools that we've created in the project positions themselves in this future. This is what's coming next. Okay, in the EVOLVE-5G framework and the EVOLVE-5G ecosystem and the facility that we have created, it positions the position is very clear. Given a certain number of resources and capabilities that we have in the network, how we can expose them so that verticals, businesses like you, SMEs and startups can make use of them, right? How we can facilitate the access to 5G network capabilities, right? So, in other words, how can we open up the 5G networks so that these futuristic services that I previously mentioned can actually be implemented? A very simplified figure of the overall architecture that we have developed in EVOLVE-5G. And as you can see here, the goal is to connect the demanding services here on top of the network with the capabilities that the network is able to provide. And for this to happen, we've created EVOLVE-5G, a whole ecosystem, right? Summarized a little bit here in the form of components so that verticals and SMEs and startups can actually make use of these 5G capabilities. I will not go into details. I will not describe the overall architecture because we described this previously in the different courses that we have implemented as part of the acceleration program. But I would like just to highlight one key component here that's critical in the context of the EVOLVE-5G and in Europe, I'd say in general, which is the concept of network app, a concept that we have introduced already, right, in previous courses. And that we foresee it is essential for the exploitation of 5G capabilities in the future, right? So with this basic architecture and with this idea that, okay, we must somehow connect demands and requirements and use cases conceived here in verticals and businesses, by SMEs and startups like you, and given certain capabilities that are already in the network, right? In EVOLVE-5G, we created a set of tools and resources for you to start getting familiar with this connection between these two big entities here in this environment. So if I were you, and now what I'm going to do is to describe all the tools and developments that we created in EVOLVE-5G for you to be more familiar with them. If I were you, what I would do is the following, a very simple way to get familiarized with this. I will go to our website, and if you can see, as you can see here in our website, we have a specific section named Community and Accelerator, right? And by clicking here, you can display the different resources that we've created so far in EVOLVE-5G for you to use. And if I were you, what I would do is the following. I will go first to our wiki page, where you can find in a very descriptive way key concepts around EVOLVE-5G, like the ecosystem, like the facility, like the life cycle, and a more complex vision of our architecture. You can explore key network components that we created to facilitate the exposure of capabilities like NEF and KIF. You can read a lot about how to create your own network applications, right? You can find actually specific instructions to develop your network applications. and specific instructions on how to deploy your network applications in the marketplace. More information is coming. This is the status that we have today for the wiki page is not the same that we'll have at the end of the project, which is December 2023. All this information is regularly updated by our team in EVOLVED-5G. When you go to the wiki, you still may have doubts, right, or questions, and you may not fully understand exactly what we described in the wiki. So we invite you all to go to our forum and ask questions there. So not only we have the wiki to support your doubts, you also have the forum where you can ask directly to ask questions and receive replies from the EVOLVED-5G team, right? We have a structure for this forum that you can see here in the slide. There is more content. Of course, we have different threads with different contents created by our team, which you can find an answer to your possible questions. But still, if you still have questions, you can ask them here by using the forum. And we invite you to do that, right? Even these questions are theoretical or practical, go to the forum and ask questions, right? The EVOLVED-5G team will be happy to answer all of them. And one additional resource in the form of documents that we have that we designed to EVOLVED-5G is the library, and I would like to put a special emphasis here in the library because just to complement the information that we provided in the wiki, we have specific documents added to the library, right, where you can find details and information depending on your questions in a more concrete way. Still, it's not enough, okay? In the context of the EVOLVED-5G, we created some specific courses that can be found in our website with direct links. These are video courses for you to listen directly from the EVOLVED-5G and the team that works in the project. Some specific topics and descriptions that might be of your interest, right? So if you go to our website, you go to the courses section, you will be able to find different courses that we created for you and different links for you to visualize these courses, right? The professors here are the people who work for EVOLVED-5G, so you will be able to hear directly from the people who created all this content how things work in the project, right? And if you're a developer, or for example, you want your developers within your own teams to have access to training material that has been taught in specific courses, you can go to the training events section that we have in the website, right, and check different content created by the EVOLVED-5G team and content that was taught and delivered to specific students, developers in different sites, especially universities. A lot of resources, as you can see. And the other resources that we created, and this is the most software oriented. Actually, this is software because all the software that we created in EVOLVED-5G is open source, and we have a specific site in GitHub for the project, so you can have access to all the software that we created and access to it. Okay. Everything is detailed here. We have the overview. We have open software for different components that we created for the exposure of 5G capabilities. And also you can find there the open source code that was created by the SMEs in the project in the form of network apps. Okay. Good. And the last but not least is the marketplace, also accessible through our website. In the marketplace, you can find as inspiration different network apps that were created by the SMEs that we have in the consortium. Okay, if you go to the marketplace and click here, click here and explore network apps, you will be able to see all the network apps here, right, that I have screenshotted here for your convenience, but you can go to the site and explore all the network apps. And this is, for me, this is kind of an inspiration for you, for all the members of our acceleration program. Sorry, there's a background noise. Okay, so this is a kind of an inspiration for you on the network apps that were created by people like you, by SMEs that were part of the consortium of Evolved 5G. So I took them as an inspiration, because in this network apps you will be able to find also the added value to their own businesses, right? Not just the network app, but also the added value to their own businesses, which is something that you might be guess when you are trying to engage with 5G, right? What's the added value for my own business? And you can also create your network app, right? So that's not something that, okay, you can explore and visualize information. If you like, you can click on here and create your own network app. You will be redirected to a specific site where specific instructions will be followed or should be followed in order for you to create your own network app if you like. And then you can go to our forum, ask questions, and we'll be happy to give you support. This is more or less, Maria, what I had in mind for today's session. I was trying to be brief in order to explain, because as you know, right, we created a lot of stuff here in Evolved 5G and tried to summarize a little bit available resources for our Accelerator community. And last but not least, our social networks, because I guess that the acceleration program will be continued through our social networks. So if you are interested in getting to know more about us and the announcement of winners and etc. of today's session, you can follow us in our social networks. We invite you to do that. And that's it, Maria. Thank you again for
Javier, thank you so much. Very interesting. It took me a while to understand, well, all about the CAPIF and everything, and Nathaniel later. But I totally understand the value that you create to the developers ecosystem, especially because you give them access to the GitHub, the codes. They can create their own network applications, and there is a difference. I remember from our discussions from the certification and the validation of their applications that they develop in order to enter the marketplace with their own applications. So, but there's a lot of support. As you said, we do have a forum, and I engage in community in the forum as well. I don't know if you have anything else to add, because I did see a lot of buzzwords out there, but I understood to be true that 80% of those.
That's a very good feedback. And, if members of our community got engaged with the forum or with the wiki, and they still don't understand some of the context acronyms that we use and etc., that's the feedback that we need, right? Because in the end, we create everything more or less for others to be able to expose, to explore the 5G capabilities, right? Or capabilities of the network in general. We sometimes are so engaged in the project that we don't see the other side, right? Yeah. But in any case, we try to more or less find a comprehensive language for everybody. That's why the SMEs that we had in our consortium, have helped us a lot with that. Of course, they've been amazing in trying to find a common language between technicians, researchers, and the business viewpoints.
And I think that's the beauty about the program, because on one hand, you have the tools for the developers, and then applying them and with the SMEs, working with the SMEs for this, and then it's up to the accelerator and then the community itself to start utilizing all these tools in their businesses. And that's a great thing about the project, and I'm happy to be involved in it. So without further ado, I will continue. Thank you so much, Javier. And we're looking forward to you moderating the next session, the 2 sessions from now, actually. But until that, I'm going to explain with Kostas a little bit what we've done with the accelerator, what it's all about. For those who haven't been, really active with what we're doing, and get to know the teams a little bit. Let me share my screen really quickly. I believe you see my screen, right? Yeah. And someone's in the waiting room. Cool. So, my presentation, I'm going to share a little bit about the business acceleration program and the community building that we had the opportunity to do as involved entrepreneurship and impact entrepreneurship. We are business experts, innovation agency based in Athens, Greece, and a presence in the US. And whatever has to do with business is our expertise because we're one of the longest standing startup support organizations in Greece. And so what we wanted to do is help the Evolve 5G project kind of trickle down the knowledge about the 5G capabilities and network applications and all these new technologies in the startup ecosystem. But mostly the acceleration program was focused about scaling up these businesses and becoming investment ready. The cohort, 24 selected teams from over than 75, 76 applications. I don't remember the number. But amazing teams from 12 different countries and 15 different sectors. Some had knowledge about 5G technologies. Some have them incorporated into businesses, some offering services for telecoms providers, let's say, in offering 5G networks or networks in general. And others, let's say from industry, had no idea about 5G technology and had to kind of start designing towards a more innovative model. So let's see the cohort across Europe, and we have a lot from Tunisia as well. They're different. And we had to kind of combine all these different cultures, different businesses, different level of advancement in the same, let's say, digital work classes, in the digital classes. And what we offered, tailored business and technical support. As involved, we focused mostly on the business part. Training on investment readiness and how to access funding opportunities, either it's from private investors or EU funding opportunities or R&D funding. Networking and case studies. Active members of the Evolve 5G project and innovation experts, either it's association clusters, university professors, startups, and SMEs. Access to entrepreneurs, professionals, investors, and coaching and mentoring. Either it's from our team or from our network, either from the Evolve 5G partners or our network. So we had a pretty intensive capacity building program, approximately 5 months. We started, of course, with the business part, with an entrepreneurship masterclass. And overall, we've hosted 4 different chapters of acceleration, over 14 workshops, 27 hours, and much more in mentoring and guest speakers. In the entrepreneurship masterclass, we covered a little bit about business model, innovation design, innovation strategy, venture development and scaling up, pitching to investors, funding opportunities. How do you present yourself in your idea? And then we started doing an introduction in the second chapter of 5G technologies and network applications and the capability of 5G technologies. So, of course, Javier was there and Evolve 5G partners as well and SMEs to kind of showcase the Evolve 5G project. From Mote, for example, the 5G campus networks, from Demokritos, the B5G 6G Athens experiment platform, 5G network applications that meets potential, from Pogus, chatbots, and network application for precise maintenance by Infolices, 5G Yana, where startups and SMEs have the opportunity to participate in their program as well. Industrial grade 5G connectivity, network remote assistance with augmented reality, much more. In the third chapter, we brought case studies because in the end, you have all this technology, you have your own business, but it helps look out into the ecosystem to see what could work for you. And, especially if you're a newcomer in this industry, you need a reference point. So we hosted a lot of startups as well. And we also showed how they could finance these new ventures. So our colleague Cristina Scobrido, she's an expert in EU innovation, presented the EU funding landscape for SMEs so they can see how they can, create the infrastructure for their new ideas and join teams so they can produce new products. We hosted research and innovation funding opportunities from the SNS ecosystem 6GIA is also our community partner of this Livestream event. And of course, we're under the 5G P2P umbrella as well. We brought investors, the Festos Investment Fund, 5G Ventures, which is a fund based, well, it's a Greek fund that invests specifically in 5G technologies. And they presented their investment cases as well. And this is created a path for our startups to see how they can reach such investors. And then we hosted some cases from the startups community, cloud edge robotics, V-Spot, geolocation, robotics, and more. And then we closed with our business mentoring, a little bit of feedback from the market, and let's say a masterclass on MVP building and how you can create the specs and MVP specs for developers. Because as we mentioned earlier, Javier, it's different when you're a business and you have an idea and you want to implement it, and it's different when you convey your idea to a developer. Sometimes the vision is fully different, and it's important to have the specs clearly designed so both ends can have a common vision when developing something. So yeah, a lot of workshops, many speakers. I think most of them are here, if not all of them. And it's very important. I'm going to just wait just 1 minute here so you can see their faces and their names, because without them, the acceleration program would have been totally different. Researchers, startuppers, association clusters, investors, multinationals, and we're very thankful for their time to share their expertise. We presented 8 tools, and we've shared them with our cohorts. And of course, it's open to anyone is watching us live now on YouTube to access these tools. We provide the IP commercialization blueprint, which was developed by the EVOLVED-5G project. An investment readiness due diligence fact sheet, let's say, again developed by the EVOLVED-5G project. Awk and Code offers its platform free to startups, which is a no or low code platform free for startups. User persona, customer journey map, value proposition canvas, competitive advantage, business model canvas. These are well-known methodologies and tools, but we kind of adjusted it to our cohort. These are our tools. We worked a lot on ecosystem building. We have a private LinkedIn group with 24 members. There are already collaborations, as we've seen, like a little preview of some of these pitches. We already have cohort members working together and reaching out as well to the EVOLVE-5G Partners Network. Mentoring, and we have the EVOLVE-5G library that Javier already presented. Over than 58 resources, including articles, reports, courses, training, case studies, and much more. Indicatively, some industries mentioned are like renewable energy, transportation, autonomous driving, healthcare, health tech, environment, you name it, it's in there. And this is like some screenshot from both the library and the LinkedIn page. But what is the most important is when we design such a project is to listen to you, to the team, and kind of adapt this into our designs and our future programs. As you may see from these images here, that most of them participated in acceleration program before, but also most of them did not have innovation strategy prior to joining the acceleration program. And of course, most of them had a pitch deck, and we're looking forward to listening to their pitches today. But even if they're like ready to deploy 5G technologies in their businesses, it wasn't clear if they were ready to make the investment to do so. And we valued what their point of view is, what was useful in this acceleration program. Either it's our tools, the presentation materials, the speakers, the case studies, and it's kind of equally divided, and mostly in the presentations and the case studies. And that was our main focus, because of course we were the business experts, but everything else we had the industry to speak on behalf of us. And now for the pitching session, I'm going to pass the mic to Kostas, which is right next to me, but virtually you can't see it. who will be the let's say the masters of ceremony of the pitching session. And you will get to see more of him throughout the day. So Kostas, the floor is yours. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you, Maria. So hi, everyone, and thank you for joining today. I'm just going to briefly explain the procedure of the pitches. Most of our teams, or let's say all of our teams, know the procedure, but I'm going to explain that for our audience as well. So we're going to have 3 sets of pitching rooms. Each set has 5 teams pitching, and each team has 5 minutes to pitch. I'm going to keep the time, so I'm fair with everyone. So when the time passes, I'm gonna start stopping you unless you are already finishing your pitch. So I'm not gonna stop you for the last 2 or 3 words, let's say. But I'm gonna be really strict about that so I can be fair with everyone. After each set pitches is complete, then we open it up to questions from our jury. The jury has 15 minutes to ask questions to all the teams, or if they need a clarification from one specific team, they make sure they ask the question to the exact team. Then the procedure will last roughly 40 minutes with the pitches and the questions, and then we move on to the next pitch. Of course, for you, for our audience, but also for our teams, we have planned a very interactive and informative panel discussions with speakers that have really interesting experience, insights, trends to share with you. So we're going to have a few breaks between the pitchings with panel discussions. And I would like to quickly introduce you to our jury. So I'm going to remove the spotlight so you can see our jury. I would like just one hi from everyone while I say your name. So as we said, Javier Rodrigo is EU Portfolio and Contracts Manager at Telefónica, one of the jury committee members. Then we have Vayos Kumaras, Managing Director in Policies. Hi, Vayos.
Hello, good luck to all.
Thank you, Vayos. Then we have Harilaos Kumaras, Computer Science and Telecom Research Assistant Professor at CSR Demokritos. Hi, Haris.
Hello, good luck to all as well.
Thank you for being here. Then we have Yaka Zihan, co-founder and lead developer, Internet Institute Ltd.
Hello to everyone. Good luck.
Did we say your last name correctly?
I was wondering the exact same thing. Thank you, Maria. Yaka, how is it?
Yaka Tsian.
Tsian. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect.
No
Thanks
problem. No problem.
Then we have Dimitris Tsolkas, Research and Development Manager, Focus Innovations and Services. Hi, Dimitris.
Good morning and congratulations for the organization of this event.
Thank you for being here. Then we have Ivano Manfredonia, Project Manager for Grants and R&I Activities at EUM Autonomous Systems Unmanned Life.
Good morning.
Hi, Ivano.
Good luck to everyone. Good morning.
Thank you. Up next is George Makropoulos, R&D Telecom Engineer at CSR Demokritos. Hi, George.
Hello to everyone. It's great to be here today with this group.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to all the participants.
Thank you. Then we have George Kanterakis, Dr. George Kanterakis, Research and Innovation at GMI Aero.
Hello, nice seeing you all. All the best.
Thank you, George. And last but not least, we have Irini Liotou, Electrical and Computer Engineer, Project Manager, Researcher at Institute of Communication and Computer System, ICCS. Hi, Irini.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation. Looking forward to the pitches.
Happy to have you with us. So this was our jury committee. And without further ado, I think we can move on with the agenda. You'll have the chance to see the pitches of the teams and also how they respond to the questions of our jury. So according to the agenda, we have next a very interesting panel. And I think I'd like to give the virtual mic to our Managing Director of Involved, Alexandros Nousias, who's going to facilitate the next panel discussion, Fireside Chat.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kostas and Maria, and congratulations to everyone involved in this event. And thanks for being here with us today. For the next panel discussion, I have a good friend and a veteran, if I may say, in the Hellenic and not only venture capital ecosystem, George Dimopoulos. So welcome, George, and thanks for being here with us today. George, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. Typical mistake. Great to be here.
Thank you, George. The topic for today is tech investing trends and opportunities that for sure is quite interesting, especially for the 15 teams that we are going to hear from today. Mostly they are active in the telecommunication sector and they are looking to innovate with their products and services by utilizing technologies like 5G or 6G quite soon. And at this point, just before we hear from you and an intro about yourself and Venture Friends, George, I would like just to highlight the importance of the investing in the tech sector, especially for the more traditional businesses that have to innovate, have to keep up with what is going on and what is changing, so as to remain competitive and also offer something better to their customers at the end of the day. So it's a win-win situation, if I may say, the cooperation between the startup ecosystem and the more traditional businesses. So would you share a little bit about you, Venture Friends, and before I move on with the first question?
Sure. So a bit about myself. I'm George. I'm a co-founder of Venture Friends. I have been an angel investor since 2011. And then we started with the other partner of the fund, Apostle. We started the fund in 2016 on the back of a good exit that we had back then when eFood was sold to Delivery Hero, which was actually one, maybe if not the first, but let's say the most notable exit at that point. So we had a case to go and talk to high net worth individual family offices, and we raised the fund, in the middle of capital controls, during some difficult times for Greece. Right now, we're investing for the third fund. Third fund is 100 million. We have team members in London, Barcelona, and Warsaw, so we are quite international of the coverage. We are investing across peripheral Europe. So let's say we invest across Europe with the exception of Germany and France, because these are very busy and well covered geographies. And we're also doing tickets in Middle East. Just because this region has been great for us, we were involved with InstaShop, another great success that was sold again to Delivery Hero. Seat tickets, between 500K and 2 million first tickets. And we are focusing in fintech, B2B SaaS companies and marketplaces, and a little bit of B2C consumer stuff. So this is a little bit about the FIA. And one more thing about, Alexander, what you said. Indeed, this is one of the trends that we are seeing, that indeed corporates are becoming more active. So they are setting up their own corporate VCs, especially, with this whole trend of AI, etc. They realize that they need to keep up. Something though that everybody, all the participants need to be mindful of is that when these deals are happening, they need to be fair, for both parties. And entrepreneurs, they need to be treated. They need to treat the corporate VCs as normal investors, and the corporate VCs, they need to treat the startups like every other investor out there.
You're right, indeed, George. And hopefully we're getting there.
Yeah.
And indeed, you have an impressive team that is working tirelessly across multiple geographies, as you shared. So from the things you're seeing, could you share with us a little about any recent trends? You already mentioned AI, but
sure. So
any recent trends, notable success stories?
This is a topic of of this year, AI. Obviously, everybody's super obsessed about it. You know, this is a big but. Out of the 10 companies, let's say that you know we get to see, 8.5, 9 companies, they really have no IP, and it's just a wrapper of a company, you know, taking advantage of a fundamental model that someone else has built. So from an investment point of view, this is less interesting because pretty much, you know, as a company, you don't have a moat. So how are you going to defend yourself? So, you know, saying someone that I am an AI company is super broad and super loose type of definition these days. In my mind, AI companies are the ones that you know, they have their own unique IP, and it's something that is super defendable. Having said that, though, even if you're not you know, even if you don't have this, the bare minimum that every company, and this is also what we are encouraging our portfolio companies to do, the bare minimum that someone should be doing should be to try to utilize the tool of AI in order to become more productive as a company, more efficient as a company in terms of processes, and also more cost effective as a company. So, you know, we are fortunate enough to be living in these great times. This is a fantastic tool that can actually can help accelerate the progress of someone's business going forward. So this is one thing that we are seeing. The other thing that we are seeing also in the market is that, you know, we are seeing a lot of interesting B2B marketplaces popping up. It seems that the B2C side of the marketplace has been pretty much exhausted, so there's not a lot of more new models to be discovered. However, there are a number of very interesting B2B marketplaces that have come across, and we are looking. And finally, another you know, super interesting and hot space is anything that has to do with energy. From an investment point of view, you know, impact investing, etc. So, you know, to summarize, okay, the audience here is more about 5G, but you know, this is not mutually exclusive. So if you manage to combine your product offering and you can utilize AI tools in order to be more efficient and effective, and you know, justify why this product offering can have a positive impact out there, you know, you're putting yourself in a very good spot.
And this is quite important, as you shared, that even if you're not having your own IP on AI or other technologies, you can utilize, of course, the technology is there. You can utilize it to.
It's extremely difficult to have your own IP. It's super difficult, but you know, the bare minimum that you can do is like use this tool at least. Yes.
Exactly. Speaking about it, I'm gonna go next on the next question and ask you about the top characteristics, the top things that you're looking for when your team is evaluating or even ultimately selecting a portfolio company to enter your venture friends family.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, this is you know, we have invested from the fund in around 60 companies, and there's angels to another 40. So in total, we have done around 100 investments. Obviously, you know, we are most of the times we are wrong. This is the nature of the business. However, you know, what we have learned from all these years of investing and you know, making this type of decisions, we indeed have come up with some, you know, with some boxes that we like to see them ticked prior to writing a ticket. So the first and foremost, you know, element, let's say, it is the team. We want like the, you know, the team needs to be super brilliant. it needs to be people that they really understand about the product, they understand the need, they can speak intelligently about what they are doing, they know their numbers, then etc. So this is the most important. Even if the idea is mediocre, a good team can actually make it work. And we have seen it in the past that, we have invested in a fantastic idea with a mediocre team and the outcome wasn't that great. But when we invested in a fantastic team, but okay, the market wasn't that great, it was a mediocre market, still the outcome was very good. So we start from the team and then we go down, we see the market. Market size is very important. And also this has to do with the type of investor that each founder is talking to, right? So if you are talking with a fund, like ours, that is a 100 million fund, which is not that normal, but okay, it is a sizable fund. Then the outcome of this type of investors, then they need to be quite significant in order to make the fund economics to work. So we need to see that this company is going after a problem, or that it addresses. It has a big addressable market, and when I'm saying a big addressable market, I'm meaning like a market more than $1 billion. Because at the end of the day, the expectation is that we're gonna get a small chunk of this market. So this small chunk of this market is gonna result to a sizable business. If someone is talking to a smaller fund or smaller funds or raising from angels, then okay, even a smaller market can do the trick. So for us, is a team, market size, competition. Who else is operating in this market? How good are they? How well funded are they? And finally, eventually in this type of market, what can be the exit opportunities? Like, is it going to be acquired by a bigger player? Is the company going to be listed? What's the ambition of the founder? So these are the four main, topics that we are looking at.
I think these cover a lot, and I'm sure the process is quite difficult. I was hearing another presentation of you recently, and it's less than 0.1 perhaps.
The process is quite hectic. So yes, for the last 12 months, top of the funnel deal flow was 4,700 deals, and we ended up investing in 4 over the last 12-month period. Yeah.
Nice. So last but not least, I'll make a summarizing in the end, but if you have on top of your mind piece of advice that you could share with today's or any founders that are in this early stage window, let's say.
The advice that I will share is that build a strong team. As I said, this is not the way only us are thinking about it. This is I think this is a common theme across the board with all the investors we are talking to. The team is super important. So when you are building your team, don't try to find people as good as you are, or ideally even better than you are. Motivate these people. Make sure that they have skin in the game, they understand the upside, etc. And obviously, be passionate. Be passionate about what you are doing. Meaning that let's not follow the trends just for the sake of being a hot startup, doing the hot thing. Successful founders are the ones that they are passionate about their business. They are obsessed about solving this particular problem, and they really love the space that they are into. So for me, these are the 2 more important things: having a very strong team and operate in a space that you feel really passionate about.
So on top of this, what you just shared, we have perhaps to keep in mind that there are no silos. The technology is there. Despite if someone is active in a specific industry, they can combine this knowledge or products or services with other sectors and serve them, perhaps. And on top of your mind that the team at the end of the day should look like a Swiss-made watch mechanism, perhaps.
The team is super important. And actually, Alexander, you raised another fantastic point that especially nowadays we are fortunate enough we are living we are living in a time when in order to build a very big company, you don't need the capital that you used to need like 100 years ago. Because 100 years ago, in order to build like a big company, you need to invest a ton of capital. Right now, a lot of the biggest companies that are out there, they started from the typical garage story of Silicon Valley with minimum capital. And just because they were going after a big market and they were having a fantastic product, they managed to grow, obviously, by taking some investment in, but no comparison with building like an industrial business like 50, 60 years ago.
Yeah.
So all the tools
Exactly.
are there. It's just a matter, okay, going after the right market, having the right team around you, and work tirelessly towards your goal.
Perfect. George, thank you so much. I wish
Fantastic.
you to have a great day, and
Thank you so much,
we
Alexander,
will
for
be very
having me.
happy. Thank you. I'm passing the floor back to you, Kostas, Maria.
Okay, perfect.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you both. George, thank you for accepting the invitation, and Alex, thank you for facilitating that very interesting and interactive discussion. So without further ado, I would like to move on to the pitchings with the first group. So be prepared. I hope you're ready for the teams to pitch. And I would like to start with Athleton class. So I would like to invite Effie.
Hi, Kostas. Morning.
Hi, Effie. Good morning.
Should
So,
I
Effie,
start sharing or not yet?
yeah, share your screen, and then when you start, I'm gonna hit the timer, and I'm gonna make sure I'll let you know when you've reached the 5 minutes, unless you're almost finishing your pitch.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfectly.
Does it change?
It does, yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Effie Luda, and I'm the co-founder of Athleton Plus. Athleton Plus is an all-in-one fitness app that helps you find the class you want and motivates you to make fitness into a habit. What are the challenges that are faced by the industry? For gyms, it's how do I get more clients? They spend 10% of their revenue into untargeted marketing, and yet they have 35% of empty spaces. 47% of the studios in Greece have outdated tech, and half of the personal trainers are underutilized or part-timers. On the other side, who hasn't signed up on the gym on January and gave up by March or April, and same for summer. So how do I find what I need? 50% research shows that 50% that people will sign up to a gym, they will quit within 6 months. That's because 65% are satisfied with their choice, it's inconvenient to their lifestyle, or they would feel more motivated to do it with a friend. What do we propose? For the gyms, we propose an all-in-one platform that offers you a CRM, a booking system, an application, and an online marketplace. And for the users, an all-in-one fitness platform that has personalized magic training programs and social engagement. How do we do it? You search and find what you need with the help of the AI and our platform. You book instantly, and then you track and connect so that you are accountable. What is our product timeline? This year we bootstrapped and we're dealing with B2B only. Then we're adding the B2C side. We expand in the marketplace for the trainers and expand to other countries. And then we add the social element as well as the 5G technology. What is our competition? For the booking system, we have several companies offering just booking system, or several companies like Fitball offering only marketplace. However, what if we would tell you that with one app, you can have everything combined from marketplace and booking system as well? What is our value proposition? We reduce the barriers to entry. We help you to find what you need. We help you to track your progress, which will hold you accountable. We help you connect with like-minded people, which will give you motivation to keep going. And we do that in all-in-one application. We have incorporated we will incorporate the 5G technology, and we have an easily scalable solution. What's our market? The Greek B2B market we start with is our test market, and we start with studios and small chains and trainers. And for the B2C market, we're starting with a low and non-training population gen. Our model is simple. It's £40 per month, 40 euros per month for trainers, 50 euros per month for studios and gym. And if they want to have the trainers tool incorporated in there, which is a special tool, then they will go to 80 euros. So we have traction of around 10 studios and 30 trainers. We have more than 10K followers, and we have signed partnerships with Kraftskalas, which is the biggest training private school for personal trainers, Curies Networks, and Holistic Retreat. We're part of several accelerators for the time being. And who are we? I have background of, we're both background in finance. I have 20 years of training and fitness passion. I'm passionate about fitness, and I'm used to working for the biggest investigation firm in the world with multi-million-pound projects. Apostolis, on the other hand, he was the finance manager of Soho House, which is one of the biggest, which has set up one of the biggest gyms in Europe, and he has developed the app for that gym, and he was the head of membership, revenue, and management. The progress we bootstrapped on the first. On the first stage, we will launch our MMP for the trainers and studios. We will keep the focus on the B2B for 2024, and then for the B2C market, we go in 2025, and we expand in more regions and 5G technology. We ask around 150K for the first 18 months, with our EBIT for the first 3 years to be 3 million, and 450,000 B2C users for the first 3 years. Thank you. Is it 5 minutes? Can't see timer.
It is 40 minutes to spare, seconds to spare. So
Oh,
thank you
oh
so
my
much.
God, I did it quicker than I should.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Amazing job, Effie.
Amazing job, Maria says.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Moving really quickly to the next team, we have Campo, and I believe it's Erica.
No, Michele. Ciao.
Michele. Ciao, Michele.
How do I stop the sharing from here? Sorry, I'm trying to stop the sharing here.
Let me see if I can.
Here. Got it.
Okay, you got it.
No worries.
So, Michele, are you ready?
Yes.
Feel free to share the screen.
Okay, let me check. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on a second. Put my presentation on.
Perfect.
Can you see the slides?
Yeah, you're ready to start.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Michele, working at Export Office at Campo, an agricultural cooperative founded in 1978 in the countryside of Italy. I'm here to present our project about canoe straw. Our aim has always been to find solutions that pollute less and make them accessible to everyone. So in addition to the fight against poison, that what we have been doing since the beginning, dealing with organic pasta, tomatoes, and legumes, we work on development of innovative products to promote sustainable choices and behaviors in respect of the environment and society. We started from this issue. About 500 billion straw are consumed each year in the world. Straw, even if they are produced in recyclable plastic, are not destined for recycling because their shape and lightness make it difficult to collect them on the belts of the disposal plants. As a result, straw end up in an undifferentiated waste, and it takes around 500 years for a plastic straw to degrade completely. The opportunity came with the ban on single-use plastic made by European Union. Market is searching for alternative about the plastic straw, and the industry has no valid answer. So we came with our solution, Canoe, the first organic, gluten-free, GMO-free pasta straw to prevent further quantities of plastic from being dispersed into the environment. We launched Canoe in 2019, and up to now we sold around 3 million Canoe in paper bags, avoiding the dispersion of 9 tons of plastic in the environment. In 2022, we achieved 3 important awards: the best new product at the BioFact Trade Fair, this is the most important trade fair for the organic products, best new brand business at the World Beverage Innovation Award, and Living Zero Waste Award. But this is not enough for us. In order to further reduce pollution by not needing to transport straw each time, we want to implement a machine to produce straw close to the place of consumption. How to do that? We will get blends of flour and machine to produce the straw on site, respecting Canoe standard. In order to increase sustainability, we also like to identify some new blends, possible future raw materials like sorghum and other, for example, that are not food but edible flours. Then we will create simplify machine like similar 3D printers, able to generate not a filament but a tube of defined diameter and thickness and consistency, dry at full speed the straw, cut the straw and pack them. The target market is the food packaging, more specifically the market of straw. The main consumer of straw are the HoReCa players. HoReCa stands for hotel, restaurant, and catering. So our target customers is a packaging company who wants to produce Canoe and sell it to distributors or of bar equipment, distributor of spirits, or directly to the HoReCa customers. The 5G technology will help us to make the machine easy to use and manage them in real time, constantly. On-site people will only have to put blends into the machine. Remotely, we will set up the machine for making straw, monitoring and acting if modification and implementation are needed. The 5G will give important benefits. The pasta maker's knowledge will no longer have to be present next to the machine at all times, and the production will be sustainable. And we will license the machine owned by Campo. We offer training and constant support on how to run the machine and how to market and how to find customers. The cost for our customers would be around 50,000 euros, together with an annual fee on their turnover. 5 years for having... Yep. I'm over.
You're finishing? Okay.
Yeah, just we just estimate 5 years to having 10 machines in function. And to get 10 million straw per machine, so the turnover yearly would be 500,000 euros. And these are 2 million for research and development of the machine, and another 2 million for making implant construction. This is our team working on this project. So our president, project manager, and Pietro Agrica, that is pasta maker designer of Canoe, our sales team, purchasing team. And that's it.
Perfect.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you
your
so
attention.
Much. Grazie. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next team, we have Airbots and Theodore. I know Theodore is facing some difficulties, so I'm going to be sharing the presentation and Theodore is going to be speaking. So let me share. Theodore, are you here?
I'm here, of course. Thank you.
Perfect. So I'm going to share the presentation, and when you feel ready, you can start with 5 minutes counting down from now.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, good evening. We are Airbots. We bring Agriculture 4.0 to everyone as a service. Slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the structure, the cost structure. Why I bring this slide is every time we have a new technology, a new range of technologies, we introduce them into how we do agriculture, and we further reduce the cost. So now, with AI, with IoT, with 5G, with drones and satellite imagery, we can bring the cost further down. And that's what we're doing in Airbots. Next slide, please. So what is the problem? The problem is that we get used to use pesticides and fertilizers in our fields. The problem is we don't apply the correct quantities. We apply more than it's necessary. And for a while, we could have no very, okay, sorry. For a while, we had no big problems doing that, but now we cannot keep on doing this anymore. So what we need is to put the exact precise amount of fertilizer and pesticides, trying to diminish the amounts we use, bringing down the cost as well. And as we become aware of how much carbon impact and energy impact and water impact our activities have as a humanity, we are obliged to further bring down these as well. Thank you. Next slide. Great. So here we can see a bit of the technology we have used. We use satellite imagery and drone imagery to detect the plants or the trees, each individual one, and then we use machine processing, artificial intelligence, computer vision, to determine the problems each and every one of the plants has, to know exactly how to treat them, and then we can use drones to apply the solution or rovers to apply the solutions. And we also have an IoT solution as part of this technology, where you can place a set of sensors near the plants and have even more precise information regarding things that you cannot detect from the sky. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the idea. Actually, what this slide says is that because we provide this solution as a service, the agriculturists don't have to go through the risk of owning the equipment, operating the equipment themselves, and resolving all the technical problems that might arise. So we do all these things, and the only thing the agriculturists have to do is to keep on with their production, do what they always do, Okay, thank you. Next slide. So the idea is that everyone eats, and the market, the food market is huge, but without the huge market, without food market, without food actually, no other economic activity can take place. So perhaps now it's 3% of global GDP, let's say, on average, it's 3% of GDP everywhere. Do the detection part and give you the results, which we think is not very useless, very useful, because the thing is how to put the robots to do the job for us. The second layer is to actually automatically give you a solution of what to do based on the problems your plants have. And the next layer is to actually give you agronomist level advice based on the problems you face. And the final layer, what we suggest everyone does, is that you let the drones and the rovers apply the solution to your fields for you, so you don't have to do anything. Next slide, please. Okay, the team, we are actually based on technology, which means very solid foundation in mathematics, engineering, sciences, and that's what we use actually to bring you the solution. Next slide, please. Well, these are the milestones, but I would like to mostly stay on the awards we have. So we got an award from the European Commission, directly from the Directorate for the Environment, for innovation in business process through technological innovation. That's what I would like to stand at. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doris. Thank you so much. So we're ready to move on with the next team, and that would be Abnefsis. I can see George there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
All right. Well, sorry, in the preamble, I would like to say that as schools are closed today in Athens, you might hear some kids' noises. Please ignore them as much as you can.
No worries at all.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, now we can. And if you want to put it in full screen, so we can test that as well.
Now?
No, it's not changing. Perhaps you've shared the PowerPoint window and not your full screen. So we still see the PowerPoint window. Now it's perfect. Now it's working.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm George Forlu, CEO of Abnoisis, and today I'm going to present you our newest product, Repos platform. The construction industry is responsible for almost 40% of the carbon emissions globally, and this is a raising concern among executives on the field. But the real problem is that data themselves in the construction site is really hard to obtain, as it's an expensive procedure and time-consuming. On the other hand, the environmental reporting itself costs tens of thousands of euros every year. But with our solution, we can do it faster and cheaper. What we do is deploy our own proprietary sensors in the construction site, and we move them from the site to the office through our cloud-based platform, either through a link on the company's ERP or our own software, which is derived in different levels. Currently, the connectivity lays on 3 levels: narrowband IoT, mostly for open pits, and LoRaWAN for underground mines. What we want to do in the next steps is to include 5G, especially on remote areas that have large construction activity, such as mega projects, not only in Greece, but in Europe and Middle East. What are the benefits from our solutions? The first level benefits are we reduce the man-hour cost for data collection, and also we reduce environmental reporting cost by 1/3. Through that, we can achieve an environmental profiling that will have a strategy for reducing the carbon footprint, and thus we can achieve for the customer better financing terms and become a certified green contractor for new projects. The pricing is a 4-tier model. We charge one-time fee for the sensors, and a SaaS model for the data processing and the link with the ERP, an annual license for the software, and depending on the contract, we charge also for activities for services like installation, training, maintenance, and support. We have identified 2 main pillars of the market, which is general contractors in European markets like Germany and Middle East like Saudi and Qatar, while we have customers in the European mining markets, which are mostly SMEs. Currently, we have run a large pilot in Spain with Perforaciones Noroeste. We have a showroom in Munich, in Germany, in the Telefónica's hub room. And also we have done several testings in Greece, mostly with mining companies in the areas of marble and coal. In the MENA region, we have started conversations with NEOM and Kahrama, respectively in Saudi and in Qatar, for deploying some pilots. Last but not least, our team, the founding team is us. All of us have worked in Hilti, a leading OEM manufacturer for construction tools. And we should also highlight that our CTO, George Kyriazidis, is currently a PhD candidate at Harvard School of Engineering, specialized in the hardware applications. So far, the milestones for the next, let's say, month be to establish some more contracts in Greece and Germany, while acquire some pilots in the Middle East, in Saudi Arab Emirates, and Qatar. For this, we will raise a seed round of 500,000 in the next quarters. That will help us achieve the previously mentioned milestones. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, George, and right on time. We're not right on time actually, with 1 minute to spare, so that was really good. Moving on to the next and last team of that pitching group, we would like to invite Knodo.
Yes, hello everyone. Let me try to share my screen. I still see the previous one.
Yeah, but if you can interrupt that, I think.
Yeah, I'm doing that. 1 second to find the right window. Here we go. Just let me know if you can see my screen. I'm putting it on slideshow. Let me know if that works.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it works.
Amazing.
You're ready to go. Thank you, Christine.
Great. So hello everyone. My name is Christine Nicolaou and we are Knodo. We're from Greece. We're here to create a space for creators to connect, to challenge the stereotypes around the creative professions, and to build a world where creativity thrives. How we came up with this? We were speaking with friends and family from the creative community that would be like musicians, visual artists, actors, and we realized that they don't have the same opportunity to connect and to find jobs as we in business world do. And we wanted to see if that's actually an issue. So we reached out to over 100 creators across 16 countries, and we figured out that they all have the same needs. A space where they can network, they can find opportunities for work, they can find inspiration, and also learn from the community. And COVID came and made this need even bigger. But even if you look at it from the other side, for those who are looking to buy creative products or services, there is no place for them to browse. Think for yourself, when was the last time you wanted to find a tailored cake or hire a DJ or hire an architect? Where would you find all those people? So Knodo was created, which is a social media platform for creators and those who support them. It has portfolio-based profiles where users can post opportunities and participate in communities. You see a QR code on your screen, which can also take you to our initial prototype / wireframing. We have mapped and assessed 27 direct and indirect competitors, but no one covers everything like Knodo does. We know Knodo can better support the creative community for 5 reasons. We address a wider audience. We are first a network space with opportunities as part of our ecosystem. We focus on our communities. We're portfolio first, including multiple content formats, and of course our team, as we have the business know-how, but we're also part of the creative community. Social media is a huge total addressable market, and it is growing. When it comes to the user pools for Knodo, we estimated over 330 million, including creators and supporters, which leading us to a 16 billion serviceable market, of which we would aim to capture 500 million in year 7. Our business model is quite simple. First, while Knodo it is a free platform, we will give the opportunity to our users to further promote their work through a premium scheme with a monthly fee, and our aim is to reach a maximum of 25% of our users being signed on premium. Then naturally also selling advertising space, but we do know that there are multiple possibilities to explore in the future, such as masterclasses, marketplaces, even the blockchain environment. Looking ahead, there are 3 key milestones for us. We need to develop our MVP, we need to launch it and build our user base. And in order to do that, we actually need to build a team first and to be able to activate through the funnel. And for that, we need a $1 million investment. So far, we have bootstrapped, but we now need to accelerate. We worked through our P&L for the first 5 years. We estimate to have revenues from year 2 and profits from year 3 with clear KPIs on how we're going to get there. Now, our team, why us? We know we're a winning team because, as I've said, we combine the right business and product background, but we also belong in the creative community ourselves. My name is Christine. As I said, I'm currently a strategy director at the Coca-Cola Company with a career in Diageo and Procter & Gamble and roles including commercial, marketing, and digital. But I've actually studied architecture in the National Technical School of Athens. I love dancing, painting, and playing music. And my co-founder, Nefelis, is a UX UI designer. She has actually worked and designed products for some of the biggest companies in Greece. She has studied civil engineer, and she loves creating also visual art and playing the piano. We've been part of another accelerator this year. We've been featured in a number of magazines. And 5G technology will be part of our growth engine. Sorry. So, okay, I disregard the noise. As what we need to deliver is great content and high quality content delivered in a very personalized way, and at the same time being able to do this on the go while also future proofing our business for any other possibilities that, as I mentioned, might come in the future, which means we need advanced encoding and decoding, cloud rendering services, big data analytics, possibly machine learning and mobile edge computing. So every moment of beauty in our lives, from music to books, to the artifacts that we have around us, they have at their heart a creator, and their value is not recognized in the same way as we do, for example, for a doctor, for a lawyer, or an entrepreneur. And we believe that it's time that we change that, and we transform how we value the creative services and products in our society. So I would like to invite you to join us in our vision to create an ethically compelling cause, but also tap in a multi-billion market with very high growth potential, and so that we can empower creators together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christine. And that is the end of our first pitching group. So now I would like to invite all the jury committee members to address questions to the teams. We have 15 minutes for that session. Whether you would like to address a generic question to all teams, and you can briefly respond to it for, let's say, up to 1 minute each. So I'm going to keep time as well. Or if one of our judges after the generic questions has a specific question or a clarification that they would like to ask from a specific team, then you'll also have time to do that as well. So I'm going to invite the judges to unmute themselves, whoever wants to, and start asking questions to our teams. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the pitches. May I start?
Yeah, of course, Javier.
Okay. First of all, thanks for the nice pitches. Very nice to see, to be connected again with the entrepreneurial community. This was my life in the past. So it's great to hear from you. And I have one generic question for all the teams, which is related to the team and the capacity that you may have for your own businesses. First, the question is divided into three, actually. How many members of the team are working right now? How many of them are working full-time? And have you identified any gaps in your team that you may need for your expansion plans? Thank you.
Perfect. So I would suggest to go with the order that already picks the teams to respond to that question. So I'm going to invite Athleton first, Effie. Effie, I think you're on mute, or we cannot hear you.
There's an issue with her mic.
Maybe something got disconnected. Yeah, you will hear you now.
I changed my headphones to listen because it was too painful to have them all the time. So basically, we are two members of the team. One is working full-time constantly on Athleton. The other is full-time working and part-time working on Athleton, and vice versa. So whenever the one is working full-time in Athleton, the other is not. And once it kicks off, we're hoping both of us to be on Athleton. And then the last question, what is the gap? We would like to have CTO in-house, which once we get funding, we have identified the CTO and we would like to get them on board.
Perfect. Up next, we have Campo. Michele?
Hi, we are 5 working on the project full-time. And regarding the gap, it's about technology. I mean, an expert technology that can guide through this project specifically for 5G. I'm a little bit aware about technology, but of course, an expert will be really appreciated.
Perfect. Theodoris from Airbots.
Hello. So I would rather say we used to be 7 full-time employees on the project, plus on top of the co-founders. We ran into a few problems. Right now, it's only 1 full-time employee. The The problem is that we run out of funds, but we have funds which are waiting to be given to us. But until this time, we cannot hire so many people. And the solution we have to that, I am in talks with an HR professional who was until recently in a tech startup with 100 people, and we're trying to make a deal on how SIG will come and help us build the new team once the new funds arrive, which I hope it will be very soon.
Thank you for the raise. Up next, NFCs.
Hi, currently we are 6 on the project, 4 full-time and 2 part-time. And apart from that, we have another 7 people on subcontracting. So totally 13. The new funds will be used to hire the subcontractors to become an in-house team, and also hire more salespeople, because out of 13, we're only 2 on the sales.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Christine from Knodo.
So at Nodo, we're just the 2 of us, the 2 co-founders. We have full-time day jobs. And yeah, we definitely need, first of all, a CTO. We need someone who's more on the tech side. And in order to proceed with that, we would need funds. And once we have that, we would both be looking to move full-time on Nodo.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, teams, and thank you, Javier, for the question. Up next, someone else from the jury would like to address a question to the teams.
May I? Sorry.
Yeah, Jakob, sure.
Thank you very much. A generic question for all the teams. I'm pretty sure now you know a little bit, or a basic, do you have a basic feeling what evolved 5G ecosystem is? And the question is, what is your first impression or your first idea how such capabilities of evolved 5G ecosystem can help to your solution right now?
Again, the same drill. You can start.
Sorry, can you repeat the last one, because something happened and you cut off and I didn't hear. How is the 5G helping us?
Yes, basically how the evolved 5G ecosystem can help to your solution, or how your solution fits to the evolved 5G ecosystem.
Okay, yeah, for Athleton, the 5G ecosystem is helping in the way that we can incorporate it in the app and have faster solutions and better connectivity, because the app needs anyway internet to be connected. So by using the 5G, we would speed up connections. We will eliminate issues of the general internet problems that we have faced to date, basically.
Next thing, please.
Yes, it's the same for us. I mean, we just need the 5G will help us to have the machine monitored in real time. So we have all the values of the numbers that we can check, you know, for production of, in our case, strokes. So just to avoid the internet issues.
Okay, perfect. Theodore?
Yes, so because we collect an enormous amount of data in the fields, and there is no other type of infrastructure to bring this data for processing, you know, where the data centers are, we need a very high bandwidth link to do so. And I think 5G is a solution.
Perfect. Sure.
Sorry. Regarding EVOLVED-5G and as an ecosystem, we believe that as an IoT company that produce sensors, when we start to upgrade our sensor to 5G, to the 5G spectrum, we're gonna need guidelines and tools that will help us to make the sensor as, let's say, as market ready as possible. So that's what we bring. That's what we feel about the 5G ecosystem in Europe.
Thank you, George. And
me.
last but not least, Christine. Yeah.
Yeah, so I won't pretend to be the CTO that we don't have, okay? But I will tell you how I do understand things. We are an app where we want to get eyeballs on it, so we are competing with other apps for people's scrolling time. In order to do that, you need to deliver the best possible experience that you can. And because we are not text-based, like LinkedIn is for kind of the more business side, but rather portfolio and content-based, this is going to be our #1 bet in order to be able to win users and engagement. Therefore, we cannot do that without having the right infrastructure, without being able to process huge amounts of data, and that's where 5G comes in.
Perfect.
Thank you very much for all the answers.
Thank you, Jaka. Okay, up next, someone else from the jury would like to address a question. We still have time. I can see Harry's switching on your camera. Yeah, there you are.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentations and the pitches. And then now, having this discussion now about 5G and etc., I understand that the majority of you have specified your business model in a pre-5G era. Now that 5G is deployed across Europe and all the offerings are going potentially beyond a better quality or a better connection or higher throughput, better bandwidth, and etc. Are you planning to reconsider your business models in order to adapt them by exploiting 5G advances that currently a 4G network cannot offer to you? So the question is in your plans any such approach of readapting your solution, adding a unique characteristic that only 5G potentially can offer to you beyond the better quality of service?
Thank you, Harris, for the question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we have considered it and it's on the plans. That's why we have put it a couple of years down the line, because we probably will need to reestablish a few things on the code so that it incorporates the 5G technology better, apart from just the speed and everything.
Regarding our project, the 5G is very important because, of course, can allow us to monitoring in real time. But we are thinking also to implement 5G network also for our warehouses where we have goods in stock and we have to monitoring a lot of numbers like temperature, humidity, and so on. So it would be also to reconsider the 5G in new projects as well.
Up next, Federiz.
Yes, so what we usually do is we look on what kind of new technological advancements are about to appear, and we start making a plan of how to use them before they're even here. So in the case of 5G, thanks God it's already here, or else we'll have to wait for its development, or we will have to build it ourselves, which will be impossible, of course, to use it. So it's pretty much a part of our solution.
Perfect. George?
Well, for us in the construction and the mining industry, one of the, let's say, holy grails regarding equipment is complete automation. 5G could be the enabler for automating construction equipment or mining equipment. And if there are enough funding to support us, we will also would like to explore something like that or towards this direction.
For Nodo, I will not come and tell you that we have explored this and we have a plan. We don't. We have opened all the possibilities and we know that there is more for us to explore. Right now, the focus would be to get the right product out there with the right experience to establish the community. And then, yes, for sure, there are a lot more opportunities for us, especially as we get into the more digital space of creativity as well.
Thank you all. Harris, do those responses respond to your question, perhaps?
It is nice to hear that all the groups are considering the new advances, and at least even if they don't have now very specific modifications, let's say, in their business model or the solution, they are aware of what is coming and potentially they will further enhance and improve. That's good.
Perfect. Okay, so we still have like 1 minute left. If any of the jury would like to address a specific quick question to one of the teams, if you'd like a clarification or something, or otherwise we can move on with the next pitching group. So let me know if you would like to ask more questions or we can move on. And I can see that we can move on. So perfectly. My decision. Okay, so let's go to the next pitching group. And up next we have Heads Up for the pitching. And I can see someone, I think you're here.
Hello, can you hear
yeah.
me?
Yeah, there you are. Perfectly.
Hello, I'll try to share my screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you see me clearly?
Wait for it. Yeah, if you want to put it in full screen as well, so we can see. Yeah, do you mind putting it in the full screen?
Yeah, sure. Second.
You can press the presentation mode, and probably we'll go to full screen.
Okay. Yeah, I can press what?
Let me. It's probably down at the bottom right corner of your window, but I'm not sure if I can see.
Okay, I can see it.
Oh, you can? Okay, perfect.
Second.
No, if you don't mind, you can do it like that. Just change the slides from the left corner, and you can present if that's okay with you.
It's fine. We can. Okay, it's fine. I'll be changing the slides from the left corner, and I'll be using this. So you can see the screen.
No worries. Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect.
I think you can do it, you know where? Sorry. Where's the title of your presentation on the top, close to the center? Right left to that, there's something that looks like a box with a with a play.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you well.
Oh.
Just a second. Okay, it's fine. It's fine now.
Oh no. It's in a different language, I don't understand.
Just hit the arrow, yeah, perfectly, and then we can.
Wait, I'm sharing now. I'm sharing. Yes, it's perfect.
Perfectly. Yeah, you can start. 5 minutes counting down.
So, my name is Wale. I'm from Heads Up, based in Tunisia. Heads Up is a healthcare specialized messaging service. Our mission is to forge a realm of professional collaboration, uniting healthcare experts with a dynamic network. Our mission is to refine professional communication and to make it easier, more safe. And we have the safety as the basis of our project. So the problem that we started is basically in the USA alone, communication failures were basically the root of most of the sentinel events. It means that within the hospitals, 70% of the problems that we encounter are based on communication failures. That means around $11 billion per year. So, based on that, we invented our solution, Heads Up. Heads Up is a messaging service, once again, but it's adapted to clinical activity. It means it depends on the personal details of the patient. It has protected data. Sorry. It protects the data of the patient, and it makes the communication for the medical crew easier. So, as you can see, Our messaging service classifies the messages that the doctor sent based on their importance, which excludes the interaction. I'm sorry, which excludes the interruption of activities, and it also reduces task interruptions and wins time. Of course, time is money. Also, it gives you access to chat groups without being part of them, which keeps the safety of the information of the patient. Sorry. So, in our messaging service, you cannot share any information about the patient with someone who is out of the application. Your phone doesn't save information about him. You can take screenshots, you can download the information. It's basically taken straight from the digital medical folder of the patient. Okay, our method of income. We have the first plan, which is the freemium. Where you get free maintenance, discussion groups, prioritizing messages. The number of users is 20% of your whole company, and you get it for 2 months. That contract leads you to the basic plan, which is the discussion around the patient. Means each discussion group is going to be around one patient. Where we grant you free maintenance, group discussions, prioritizing messages, and number of using on demand. Like you can ask of how many users you need. And we have the special plan, which is making appointments of premises communication, help with indecision, as you can read on the table. So, concerning the market share, Heads Up is the only professional messaging service in Tunisia, North Africa, and the Arab world. Concerning the whole world, we have PandaLab, which is based in Europe, Celio, Team Duck, which are all based in Europe and share market shares there. Concerning Tunisia, once again, North Africa and Arab world, we don't have any concurrence. You can see here with what are the things that Heads Up does that others don't. So this is the innovation part. This is our crew. You can see that the team is basically Monsieur Pir, Mr. Ben Mosbeh, Mr. Gilbert. Most of them are doctors, so we can grant the continuity of the project. They give us a network, and they lend us with basis around the market. We have me and Ms. Wujden. We are the sales and marketing managers. We are basically health crew and technology crew. Concerning 5G, okay, we are planning to use 5G within the medical ambulance, like real-time medical information within the ambulance, internet conferences around the patient himself. We have real-time access to medical folder, and we have real-time access to medical information about the patient before reaching the hospital himself. This is our roadmap. Within the roadmap, we already established Heads Up as a multi-establishment.
I'm so sorry, I have to stop you. If you want to, finish just what you were saying, but the time has
okay,
passed.
This is the last thing. Basically, we already founded ourselves with 200,000 euros, and we are in need for 52,000 euros within the 18 coming months for the maintenance, development, and of course upgrading the 5G technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the next team, would like to invite iVoluntary for the next speech session.
Sorry, I need to stop.
Don't worry, I can help you with that. Stop. Okay.
Hello, the presentation will be Erika. Hello, everyone.
okay.
I'm sorry my camera is off. Again, my computer suffered a fall.
No worries, Erica.
Share
We
my
can totally relate.
It was a very unfortunate fall. Okay. Can you see everyone?
It started loading, yes. It probably will come right up. Still loading.
Is it on full screen? Can you see?
It's still loading actually. I don't know if it's the connection, probably. Or if you now we got picture. Now we can see. If you're gonna put it in presentation mode as well, so we can check that.
I'm trying, but it doesn't let me. Oh, maybe.
Oh, really?
Okay, perfect.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
perfect.
ready. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Erika Zeller, and today I will present to you EVOLVED-5G, a volunteering platform, or as we like to call it, a volunteering solution. Let me start out with a question. Have you ever been in a situation where you wanted to help someone, but for any reason you couldn't? Well, that feeling is shared between volunteers and organizations everywhere today. Volunteers face multiple difficulties due to the lack of information and often face exploitation due to undefined rules and regulations. But most importantly, they have many disincentives keeping them from seeking to volunteer. Most of the time, their volunteering activities are not even recognized. Organizations, on the other hand, are often undertrained and understaffed. They face multiple implications when they're trying to find volunteers for the previously mentioned reasons, and many of the volunteers they find are unsuitable for the organization. What can we do for the volunteers? We will provide them with a digital tool with all the necessary information they could ever need, from proper preparation and safety measures to matching each volunteer with the best organization based on their unique user profile. All that while still providing incentives with game-like features and the ability to get discounts and gifts. Throughout the process, we will make sure members and their personal data are secure and protected. When it comes to the organizations, finding volunteers has never been easier and faster. With EVOLVED-5G, organizations get the ability to easily map their actions and their impact, safely and securely update their protocols, thus ensuring the increase of conscious customers. And finally, social governance consulting will be provided, as well as the opportunity for custom-made volunteering activities. But how will we do it? By simplifying the bureaucracy and the process, thus letting volunteers do what they love and do best, while providing a safe and autonomous online space for the organizations. Making, posting, and calling for actions has never been simpler. Features you expect to see on the app include user preference-based matchmaking with actions suitable to each person, a volunteer diary tracking all the actions one does, and the ability to find actions wherever you are or you want to be. All that in a gamified environment with a strong reward system set in place and the ability to rank and compete with people. At the end of the actions, the volunteer will optimize their social CV and acquire many important life skills and experience. Let's identify the users and the clients. For us, the volunteers are users and will not have a financial obligation to EVOLVED-5G. Volunteers can have any level of training, from non-existent, like students and everyday citizens, to specialized volunteers like EMTs, doctors, and psychologists. Our clients are divided between the public and private sectors. From municipalities and federations to companies and private schools, our solution can apply to anyone, and our market is very diverse. As you can see from this competitor analysis, EVOLVED-5G is the only app that provides specialization, gamification, and a duly updated list of actions, while keeping it free for volunteers and easy. Everything you'll ever need is in one app. But we wanted to be sure, so we conducted the research on 647 people. And from that research, the results showed that 50% felt like volunteers, 80% said that there's a great chance for a volunteering app in Greece, and a shocking 90% didn't know any online space that can provide the necessary information. Now, how is all this sustainable? We will have subscriptions depending on the category of the organization. We will have ads on the site and available merchandise, as well as sponsor and survey fees. In addition, we will provide corporate and social responsibility services. What makes EVOLVED-5G really stand out is the friendly environment that is designed to offer the users a set of actions whilst saving them time and effort. By participating in the actions EVOLVED-5G showcases, the user can experience directly and indirectly their impact and still acquire something extra from the experience, making the whole process truly democratic and fair. The numbers you can see on your screen are by only calculating the registration fee revenue. Our total available market for all our services in Europe can be estimated to around 27 billion, calculating it with the least possible income. iVolunTry encompasses all the values of volunteering and promises to deliver actions that are targeted to the resolution of these 17 pylons that surround multiple social and environmental problems. This is our team. Andreas Kudros is our CEO, and Dipas Zoidis is our CTO, and I am the project manager. And how will we utilize 5G? Well, 5G is important in our line of work, with volunteers being a crucial part of the human power needed in many urgent cases. The higher data transfer of 5G allows us the fastest upload of vital information, as well as the ability to better communicate during crisis. Thanks to the increased network capacity, we can connect many devices simultaneously without compromising the network. That way, we can easily and efficiently coordinate the volunteers and their organizations during emergencies. That is it. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect, Erika. Thank you so much. It was right on time.
Oh.
So I would like to move on with the next team, and I would like to invite Link Robotics and probably Burke, who's going to be pitching. And let me stop the screen sharing for you. So Link Robotics. There he is. I'm not sure. There you are. Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I can start then. Everything's okay.
Yeah.
Hello all, as I'm Berk Tromny, CEO of Link Robotics. As Link Robotics, we develop a visual notion navigation system for outdoor environments, providing high accuracy and increased reliability with and without GNSS. Our problem is outdoor navigation. The problem is can be seen in connected and automated vehicles, mobile robots for various use cases, and vehicle positioning applications. Our solution is to utilize a visual notion navigation algorithm to obtain robust localization info for mobility and other use cases using a low-cost sensor set. We have increased quality of service for positioning, low cost and user friendliness, increased reliability and functionality in challenging urban spaces. We do it for outdoor environments where GPS alone is not reliable. We do it with computer vision, and we use a sensor fusion approach. Along with, you can see a graph, how is it used in a GSM network. Our initial target market is mobile robots and navigation use cases for agri-tech and outdoor robots. We do have our first sales in that segment. We do have a go-to-market strategy as a 5G-enabled solution in future mobility, as a future mobility solution. We do see opportunities in connection and automated vehicles. And our system is a camera-based system, and it has cost advantages compared to leader-based solutions. We have autonomous vehicles, mobile applications, and mobile sectors for various sectors as deployment areas. Our business model is a hardware as a service model, and we do have tiers pricing. The pricing is either subscription-based or a lump sum model. Our competitors are mostly in monocular or stereo cameras they're using, and mostly based in Europe. We have a patent application in progress for unique features of our product. We do have I'm Berk. I have degree in mechanical engineering and master's degree in Politecnico di Milano. Mart has his all education from master's to PhD in control engineering. We do have technical and business skills and another person in the team. This is our partners. This is our timeline. We do have our first proof of concept in Riga on an autonomous vehicle platform in 2023 May. And we, thanks to the 5G EANA project, we will deploy our solution in Germany next month. In Germany. This is our financial forecast. We are looking for a seed investment to maintain product market fit, turn on global reach, and execute scale-up efforts. We want to maintain a proof of concepts for different use cases and locations in next 2 years, and we have 18 months to runway to maintain product market fit, expand the team, develop byproducts, and accelerate global reach, and work on growth. This is our graphical user interface and how the program it looks like. And thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Berg, so much. Moving on to the last team of this pitching group, we have Averato.
Yep. Hi.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Let me just share my screen. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can see that. Yeah, you can start.
Okay, cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Georgi. I'm the CTO of Averato, and I'm going to present to you our network of automated payment points. So first, the problem that we have seen is that regular points of sale do not support customer behavior tracking. There's no possibility for individual client solutions and special conditions of payment. And each retailer has to create their own solution to provide promotions and voucher programs to customers. We try to offer an accessible way to create promotions and vouchers, provide instant and more efficient access to customer usage data, and introduce an easy and fast creation of new non-conventional points of sale via QR codes and virtual points of sale that accept cashless payments. The total available market for Internet of Things in the retail market is expected to grow from 14.5 to 35.5 billion in 2025. The average growth rate is around 20%. In the obtainable market is 2% of that, but this is a big field where we feel like there's space for our product. And what we're building is a new type of network infrastructure that allows remote control and payments for various types of smart devices and traditional points of sale. It's a complex and sophisticated system that provides a simple solution for cashless payments and interaction with IoT devices. One of our first models is the vending module, which is a plug-and-play device that allows that works for most common vending machines. It allows payments via dynamic QR codes. It has live tracking of payment transactions and stock levels. In the Averato business portal, the merchants are going to be able to check on sales, transactions, orders, generate invoices, see telemetry for Averato modules, set up discounts, and loyalty programs. The Averato payment app is allowing end users to pay for goods and services in the Averato ecosystem, making payments, find nearby locations that support Averato Pay, keep track of transactions history, find promotions, install loyalty cards, and pay with vouchers. Finally, we have our virtual POS application, which will allow merchants to collect payments anywhere. Seamless transition from a traditional physical POS terminal. It has quick access to multiple terminals and transaction history. In terms of 5G, 5G is going to allow us to have better connectivity for our IoT modules, have higher localization accuracy. First, we're going to introduce it into our Averato module and further down the line in future IoT products. Last year, we tested our vending module with several different vending machines. We've introduced our first version of our virtual point of sale application, and we've installed it and tested it in various commercial locations. This year, we're working on a contract with a big national vending company for around 500 vending machines. We're working on a contract for API integration, allowing external interaction with Averato modules, and we're testing our Averato module in a car wash business. The team is relatively small, heavily sided on the technical side, because we're more of a technical company, and we're providing a technical solution. In terms of competition, there's a lot of companies that provide specific solutions for various types of businesses. What we aim to do is provide a whole ecosystem solution that would have a complete solution for our clients. Our revenue model is split in 3 sections. We have one-time payments for our IoT modules. We have a monthly payment subscription base for the vending module and the virtual point of sale. And the final one is transaction percentage, where each transaction that's passed through the Averato is going to be taken. In terms of financials, we're looking at breaking even in 2025 and starting to gain more revenue in 2026 and onwards. In terms of investments, we're looking for 2.5 million, which will be equal to 20% share in the company. That money is going to be used for further development of the product and finalizing some key features, market the product for bigger outreach, and utilize more business development for higher success rate in sales. That's been it. You can find us at averato.com, and yeah, thank you.
Perfect, Georgie. Thank you so much. So that rounds up the second pitching group session, and I now would like to invite the jury to start, raising their questions to our teams. So whoever has a question, feel free to start.
Costas, yes, may I? First of all,
Yeah,
congratulations. Congratulations to the 4 teams for their presentations. I know that presenting everything during a pitch is very difficult, also with having Costas around the corner to stop you. So you all had the chance to present part of your business plan. And my question mainly focus on the financial analysis that belongs to a business plan. Some of you had the chance to present some figures, some others not, or very briefly. So my question is if you indeed have performed or you plan to perform a financial analysis, for instance, a cost-benefit analysis, having also in mind the 5G advances that you can exploit as part of your solution. Because potentially when you make a cost-benefit analysis in the past, you have not considered the 5G. Now, having 5G around, how is it affected? Or if you plan to make such an analysis, if not so far? That's my question.
Thank you, Vayos, for the question. So now from, doing the same drill, from heads up to Averato, you can respond to the question of Vayos.
Can I answer?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Andreas, and then we can have heads up respond to the question.
So we didn't make the analysis for the financial effect of the 5G because it's still too early for us. But we are according to plan soon as possible because the 5G upgraded for our mobile application. It's for upgrades at freemium model for our users, volunteers, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Up next, heads up, are you ready to respond? Maybe there's an issue with the connection, so we can move on to Link Robotics and Berg.
About the question, as we are in a still early stage, we do not have the traction to maintain financial feedback, but 5G deployment will certainly affect our business in a good manner. So as soon as there will be like a traction in the 5G components, we will try to see the metrics and do it.
Perfect. Thank you. Averato?
On technical side of things, for us it will come down to just trying out 5G, incorporate it into our IoT devices, and see what the benefits are in order for us to then think about how this benefit the client, and then think about what financial opportunities is this going to bring us, and what changes are we going to make.
Thank you so much. Maybe Wijan, heads up, would like to respond now if you can hear us. Maybe there's an issue with their connection. We'll try to get back to them. So I would like to invite the next jury member to raise their question to the group, and then we'll see. I think I can see Dimitris.
Thanks, Kostas. Thanks for the presentations. If I can summarize a bit what we have seen so far, I have seen, let's say, applications that try to bring together different group of people, different communities or stakeholders. And also the second category of the solutions that we have seen, it is actually solutions that try to take advantage of a kind of technology and bring a solution to a specific group of people. The common thing is that all of you design a user interface, design an application, a platform that interacts with end users. Have you considered how you consider the network floats, network interruptions, or how the network performance would affect the design of your application, the design of your interface?
Thank you, Dimitris, for the question. Andreas, do you mind starting until I establish connection with Heads Up?
Try to understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, same. I didn't fully understand the question.
Okay, let me rephrase. The question is whether in the design process of your user interface, you consider the network performance, or you think about how you can react if the network is not performing well.
How we can react if the network is not
performing well.
Oh.
So the design process of the user interface, at what extent considers network aspects?
Mm-hmm. I understand.
I can answer if I can.
Yeah, let's start with Andreas, and then we can have Heads Up.
Yeah, the interface is our first goal to achieve for the interaction with the network. So it's 100% full effort of the design to expand as a word of mouth and as share between the networks. So yes, we.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Andreas. Wijan?
Okay. I can say that basically our PowerPoint, our main thing is that we need to be connected to network so we can grant the safety of information. That's basically the mission. We need to grant the safety of information. So we need to stay connected to the network. If the network is not there, you can't access files. That's basically the mission. So why do we need 5G? Exactly to increase the rapidity of access to information and to communicate information between the ambulance, the medical crew, and the hospitality. So that's basically why we need 5G.
Thank you. Up next, Berk from Link Robotics. Berk, can you hear us?
I can answer if it's fine.
Mert. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
As far as I understand, the question is about network aspects on GUI design. In our specs, we have talked about the low latency of 5G network for communication over internet. This is for real-time kinematic service, RTK. In our case, we use RTK for positioning and to improve the GNSS performance. And the low latency capabilities of the 5G network affected the quality of service. On our GUI design, we exploited the low latency of 5G network capabilities. For example, transmission of position of the vehicle, it became also a low latency. and it affected overall performance, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Averato.
Yeah, for us, whenever we're designing some user interface, we always, with or without 5G, we're always considering what the user experience is, what it can fold in terms of the application, whether that would be the network service or some other service that we need on the phone of the user. And we're always incorporating designs for such use cases and what and how the app is going to interact and show to the user whenever such things occur. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Averato, and thank you, Dimitris, for the question. Hopefully the answers respond to what you were looking for. I would like to invite one last jury member to ask a question. We have Irini. Irini, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have a double question, if I may. The first part of the question concerns more the technological part of the solution, and the second, the impact of the solution. So I would like to ask the SMEs, how do you believe that 5G or connectivity in general makes you stand out in the market as compared to your competitors? And the second part regarding the impact is how you envision the success story of your company, let's say 2 or 3 years from now, not in terms of profits, but in terms of the impact that you make to the society. So first, a comment about the connectivity, and second, about the impact on a societal level.
Perfect. Thank you, Irini. I would like to invite the teams now to respond. Go ahead, heads up.
So concerning the 5G technology, basically in Tunisia for now we have the 4G technology, which gives us access to information fluidly, but not as rapid as the urgency of transporting a patient from a sick patient in the ambulance to the hospital. So we can use 5G in communicating information from the ambulance itself to the hospital, so the team can prepare himself to which case is he having. We can transport the medical folder to the ambulance himself, so the medical group can reduce the risk of giving the patient anything that he has allergies to, or treating him in a way that is contradictory to what his folder says. So basically 5G is gonna reduce latency and is gonna grant how much information we can transport. So as I said, you have the medical images like the MRIs and things. Those are some heavy files. We need 5Gs for that. Okay. This is concerning the first part, which concerns the patient safety and the patient's lives. We can say that 5G can save lives with our application. Concerning our success story, basically, as I said, this is a communication app. So without talking about technology and all this technical stuff, we can say that our application is gonna grant a better communication within hospitals. We said that 70% of the medical errors are caused by lack of communication, not knowing what to prioritize, not knowing what to do when things get critical. So our application gives you direct information on what to do exactly. And we are working.
Okay.
This is the last bullet point. Then I'll be.
Sure. Go ahead.
I'm sorry for taking too long. So the last part is that we train people on how they communicate information fast. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on with Andreas and Voluntary.
Actually, I will answer this one.
Okay, Erica, go ahead. Perfect.
Like I said during my presentation, 5G is very crucial to us because we deal with urgent cases. 5G provides a very high data transfer speeds compared to 4G and 3G, and that will allow us for faster data download, thus making the upload of vital information much easier. It's very important for crucial cases like remote controlled surgery and real-time communication during crises. And with the increased network capacity of 5G, we can connect many devices, thus making us truly efficient when it comes to crisis situations. Now, when it comes to the impact we're planning on having, we really want to create the volunteering spirit and expand it not only in Greece, but in the whole Europe and later in the whole world. It's important to help ourselves while helping the world become a better place. That's why we want to incorporate volunteering in our everyday lives and make it a thing that everybody does. That's it from me.
Thank you. Moving on to Berk or Mert from Link Robotics.
Hello, I'll try to answer this time about the 5G connectivity, how to make it in market. We will benefit from low latency capabilities, robustness, and increased quality of service in our product with 5G. From coming to the impact to the society, the main contribution will be on sustainability and increase of quality of service of such positioning technologies will be the main goal of our ongoing roadmap.
Perfect, thank you. And very quick response from Averato, please. Georgie?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of 5G incorporation, this will help us, we believe, in all of our products that are targeted for IoT devices, so that we can add cashless payments for different types of devices that do not have otherwise the opportunity to do so. In terms of what we want to see is we want to see a cheaper alternative, and for some businesses, actual solution for having cashless payments for their business.
Perfect, thanks so much. So that rounds up the second pitching group of our teams, and we've heard interesting pitches and very informative answers to the question of the jury. So now I would like to invite Javier again to moderate the next panel discussion, a very interesting panel discussion concerning what the EVOLVE-5G consortium has already achieved so far, and it's pretty amazing. So Javier, the floor is yours. You have 50 minutes in the clock, and I'm sure I'll let you know when time is running out.
Thank you very much, Kostas, and thank you very much to all the SMEs for their pitches, their presentations, and their replies. I think this panel discussion is going to be very helpful actually for them, because we are going to talk about 5G, right? And not just EVOLVE-5G, from different viewpoints in the form of core representatives that we have in the project, right? So I think this is going to be very useful for all the SMEs to hear directly from EVOLVE-5G members how EVOLVE-5G and 5G in general will progress in the coming years, and what are the main research and business topics that are more or less now on the table, okay? So I would like to invite Harilaos Koumaras, Dimitris Solkas, George Makropoulos, and David Artuñedo to join the panel discussion. David, are you there? I don't see you. Okay, you're there. Nice. So, Kostas, please help me. I think we have 15 minutes, right? I think so. Kostas left, I guess. Okay, so...
no, I have it.
Okay, so I think we have 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to bring a couple of questions to each and every one of you concerning these different viewpoints around 5G. And I would like to start with our technical manager in EVOLVE-5G, Harilaos. You've heard that during my initial presentation, right, I've talked about the realization of upcoming services that will need integration with the network, right, with 5G networks. And especially these services will be very demanding in terms of networks performance. And I've talked about a little bit how to open a 5G for these services to be realized. And I know that your research team at Demokritos deals with topics like 5G and 5G openness and network programmability, right? Two concepts that are deeply connected with the idea of vertical services integrated with the network, as I mentioned before. So I think it'll be very useful for the audience here to hear from you directly, right? What these two concepts mean, right? 5G openness and network programmability, and network programmability, and how they can support the realization of 5G and 6G vertical services. So if you can please enlighten us a bit.
Yep. Thank you, Javier, for the very nice question. And yes, I think that this is very important to be pointed out that EVOLVE-5G, as a research project, has tried to emphasize on these two opportunities that 5G networks are creating, the openness and the programmability. And that was also relevant to my question to the previous panel about transforming potentially the business models that have already defined by the SMEs and startups to the new 5G reality. What is the openness and what is in relevance to 5G? 5G network is not a closed network. It's not just a network that you will deliver, that it will deliver to you a better quality of experience, a better bandwidth and throughput, a better quality in the connection. It is this as well, but it's something beyond that. Actually, it is a programming platform that is open to interface with external applications and services. So that means that any application and service developer can consider its own application not an autonomous closed service or box, let's say, but can properly integrate the specific application and service with the 5G network through the exposed APIs that the network as an open platform offers. And now this leads us to the next step, that is programmability, because the network itself can either support the programmability of the application based on the information that you receive from the network, that potentially has to do with the quality of the network, has to do with the location of the user or other parameters, or also vice versa, potentially an application can request a specific level of, for example, quality of service, or a specific parameters that will be used in order to serve the specific tenant, the specific user. That could be, for example, a request for a specific slice, a network slice, that will provide to the user the specific and the required performance characteristics for a service or an application. So this means that we have a very nice ecosystem. Now we are moving beyond the situation that we had till today before 5G, where the mobile access network was something totally decoupled from the application. 5G, through the openness and the programmability, brings together these two entities, the network and the application. That's why we are expecting novel business models or evolution of the current business model to a new, more innovative, let's say, ideas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karilaos. And I would like to connect your reply with a direct viewpoint from one of the SMEs that we have in the consortium, right? Which is focused, represented here by Dimitris. Dimitris is not only our technical manager deputy, but also represents the viewpoint of an SME trying to engage with the network, with the 5G network and the capabilities that you just mentioned, Haris. Dimitris, the next question goes to you. you know very well that one of the key concepts that we have conceptualized, that we have explored in Evolve-5G is the idea of network apps, right? And after 3 years of work in Evolve-5G, network apps seems to be very promising as a relevant network component, and really need for the exposure of 5G capabilities toward third parties and verticals. You as an SME, in your own view, what are the main advantages from a business and technology viewpoints that you think this concept of network apps brings to the telecom world overall, and to the SMEs in particular?
Thanks. Thanks for the question, Javier. Maybe I can complement a bit on what Harilaos said before and linked it a bit with the project results. I put in the chat our document. Now it is part of the 6G book released by the work in the 5GPP architecture work group, and it is about the network programmability. And our project has contributed to this with a specific chapter. So I put it there because it's a good reference for someone that wants to check more on how we see programmability of the networks within the project. The second thing is that I think that we did in this project a journey, let's say, from the conceptual research work around the network applications that we mentioned, till the development of the tools that are needed in order to support the lifetime of the life cycle of the network applications. And this creates a kind of impact to the business if we consider also the marketplace that we have developed, etc. Now, if I share with you, let's say, my perspective as an SME owner, I can say the following. The network applications somehow answers on how, if the answer that Harilaos provided is on what is the new thing in sharing, in interacting between the network, the industries, the vertical industries, and the network. And it is how, because it is actually the software, the middleware that implements, materialize this linking, this interaction between the vertical industries, the software of the vertical industries, and the network functionality. What the SMEs can get from our results or from the developments that we have done. First of all, they can familiarize and try to exploit technologies related to 5G on the development of their apps. The second thing is that they can consider including in the design phase of their applications information or data coming from the network operation itself. And the third, and I think that this is the most important, is to see here a new market, a new target market, which is actually the network operators or those that own the network and can actually take advantage of application from third parties for SMEs and optimize, enrich, and enhance the way that they provide their services. So operators, for example, through the openness, are here the customers of us, of SMEs, that develop network applications, develop solutions, know how to interact through standardized APIs, and these solutions are useful for the operation of the network itself.
Thank you very much, Dimitris. The last part of the question connects with the next question that I had in my mind, which is the operator's viewpoint, right, on network applications and in general about 5G, let's say. And I would like to ask David. Hola, David.
Hola.
I would like to ask David, because you and I work for one of the most important telecom operators in the world, right? And I know that the team that you lead in Telefónica is quite interested in exploring new concepts and ideas that can later be adopted by business units, right? Those who are in charge of the operation of the network. And in your own view, and based on the work that you've been doing in Evolve-5G and your team itself, why is Telefónica as an operator interested in the work that we have developed in Evolve-5G, right? And if there is something that you'd like to highlight from the project, what would it be?
Okay, thank you, Javier. Well, from Telefónica, the interest for participating in EVOLVE-5G were coming primarily from learning about use cases. So Telefónica in the last years have rolled out the 5G technology. We have now more than 85% of coverage in population in Spain, and we are now this year launching the 5G Plus, which is the standalone version of 5G. And we are looking for use cases. So participating in a project like EVOLVE-5G gave us visibility to multiple SMEs that are developing use cases, and these are things that we can integrate in our portfolio, selling to our customers. It is very interesting for us, connected to what Dimitris and Harilaos have mentioned, to learn as well what is the perception from the developers regarding the network. So networks are very complex. The language that we use is very complex as well. And when developers need to deal with network engineers, it's a hard task. It's very hard for software developers to deal with networks engineers, network technologies. And we want to highlight, or we want to reveal, what is this friction, why developers are reluctant to use the networks as part of their applications. And I think that in EVOLVE-5G, we have gave a big step forward in reducing this friction. We have more than 10, 12 network apps that have integrated the 5G technologies, using the capabilities from the network to make better products. And this is what telcos would love to see. We would love to see developers that are using our network capabilities to make better products and look for these win-win situations between the companies and network operators. In terms of highlighting, as you mentioned, well, this is something that at the very beginning of the project was not so clear, but definitely having early access to technologies like NEF and CAPIF, which are not yet available in commercial networks, has given us a lot of visibility on what is coming next. Okay, this network programmability based on these open standards is something that was new to us, and we are feeding these learnings into the rest of the company.
Indeed, indeed. And coming back to the use cases that you mentioned, right, that we are so much interested in getting to know new use cases. I was attending a conference last week, and someone from the audience asked me, okay, can you please define to me more or less in your own view what is 6G, right? And I told the guy, bring me a use case, and then maybe we can discuss later if 6G is able to support it, or we just need 5G, right? This is very important. It's not up to us as an operator or vendors or research institutions working in telecom networks to define what 6G will be, right? It's a joint work between those that exploit 6G capabilities and those who will build the technology to support these services, right? And talking about use cases, George, I know that you are the guy who has been coordinating this activity in EVOLVE-5G. You've been working with all the SMEs and startups, like the ones that have been, like the ones that we have incubated in the program, right? And I know that it's been a challenging work, right, for you to coordinate all the work with all the SMEs because of the wide variety of the use cases that we have, for example, right? But if you had, just to illustrate and give information to our SMEs in the acceleration program, and exemplify a bit the challenges that our SMEs have experienced during the process and during the EVOLVE-5G implementation, if you could give us an overview or 3 main challenges, for example, that all our SMEs in the consortium has faced along the way, what will be the three main challenges that you think our SMEs faced?
Okay, I hope that you can hear me.
Very well.
Okay, perfect. So this is Javier, this is a really good point, meaning that indeed within the project we had to deal with specific challenges, and basically these challenges were come up from the work package that was dealing with the development of the network apps. So if I could describe somehow in a certain order, let's say, some challenges as they evolved during the lifetime of the project, I would definitely say that a point also that Dimitris and David mentioned during their talks, that we had to make somehow the SMEs we had to get the SMEs to familiarize with the concept of the network apps and the concept of the APIs. This was the most important part in order for them, to understand what is the type of information that they need to utilize, what these APIs can provide. So we had several developers in the project, a variety of technologies. So it was a big challenge to handle this learning curve for all the developers. So definitely, I would say that this was a big challenge. On the other hand, from our side, and I mean that the rest of the technical partners, that were involved with the other activities, we had to transfer to the SMEs this knowledge with a way that it was transparent somehow to them, without making things complicated. So for this purpose, we had to organize several consultation rounds. We had to set up workshops in order, to assist the SMEs to become familiar with all these concepts. Another challenge that I would say was for the SMEs to shape the use cases, the use cases that David mentioned, that you mentioned, that it is of prime importance in order, to utilize all the aspects that the 5G and 6G network will provide. So we had to shape, the SMEs had to shape the use cases in a way that it would be attractive and at the same time useful, meaning that they had to effectively utilize the APIs coming from the network, so they could give to their product an added value and make it useful. So from the point of view of the SMEs, this was a challenge basically, since they had to adapt and modify their initial approach based also on the technological advancements and dependencies that were also involving within the project. And as a last point, I would mention that there were several challenges during the development process per se. So it goes without saying that when you are developing a product, a solution, an application, you have to deal with several bugs, compatibility issues, to check the compatibility among the components. And in some cases, we had some network apps that were working smoothly after an update. Some others needed to do an extra development effort. So in that sense, the SMEs had to keep up with all the updates coming within the project and make the required adaptations in order to utilize effectively the technologies that we were providing. The partners that were monitoring these activities, we had to track the overall process in order to ensure that a certain level of quality and maturity across all the network apps will be achieved. So in order to do this, we try to establish specific guidelines, run some development sprints, and I think that this has definitely helped the SMEs to tackle all these issues during the development process. So if I could summarize the three main challenges, I would say that this would be considered as main challenges within the project for the SMEs.
Yes, I agree. And the one thing that is quite interesting in your explanation is something that has been also explained by David, the complex of the language, the complex of the networks, that they are not familiar with that kind of technology, acronyms, etc., etc. I mean, everything counts here. And that's something that you've managed very well. And I would like to, to say thank you again to all the SMEs and you in particular for the work that you've done in EVOLVED-5G to manage this collaboration. So that's one of the things that I would like to highlight here. And if I have, I see Costa's message now, maybe I can ask one last question to our colleagues here. Do we have, okay, it's something very simple. Demokritos, Focus, Telefonica here, all the representatives that we have in this panel discussion represent an excellent collaboration in research, but also in innovation actions as well in the context of European projects. And for me, these guys are an example of how knowledge can be transferred from research to business, right? From the business, from operators' viewpoint and SMEs' viewpoint as well. And for many years, I know very well that you have worked together. We have Demokritos, which is a research center. We have Focus, which is an SME, and we have Telefonica, which is a big industry. And the work that we've done in EVOLVED-5G and in other projects is somehow an example for others in Europe to follow, in my view, right? If you had a policymaker in front of you, because you're an example for policymakers, to be honest, what would you say is the secret sauce of your collaboration? If you can please summarize this in words, that would be very helpful. Because for me, you are an example in Europe. Harilaos, a word.
Yeah. Look, I think that the connection of the research with the industry is the ultimate, let's say, target of any research and innovation activity. So this technology transfer and an ecosystem that can facilitate this technology transfer process is something that in 5G at least, it must be successful. Maybe in previous technology and mobile networks was not so successful. I think that EVOLVED-5G has made many steps towards that direction. And these steps have been made by all of us. We made them together in order to create such an ecosystem. And if you like, to set up the appropriate policy framework in a more generic sense, that an SME, an industry, a mobile operator, plus a research center can all together collaborate in order to form an ecosystem where this innovation can flourish. This means that potential interested parties, startups, new services can use this ecosystem that all of us create in order to test, develop, to validate, to certify, and finally publish their application, their network application, as we call in EVOLVED-5G, this 5G-enabled application and service, and to further proceed with the commercialization. So I think that the project itself, if I may, is a pioneering policymaker towards that direction, creating a prototype ecosystem for this, and many lessons learned and many outcomes can be further exploited and analyzed by the authorities and all the relevant stakeholders and parties to follow this good example.
Thank you, Haris. Dimitris, yes.
I will add only two things related mainly to the collaboration that you mentioned. I think that we had a productive collaboration based on two aspects. First, the definition of the roles among the stakeholders. We had a very clear definition on what each one of the stakeholders should do. The second thing was the clearance of the research topic or the scope that we had. And since we had very well defined the research objective and well understood in the consortium and among the different partners coming from different industries, it was much easier for us to collaborate and collaborate in a productive way.
Thank you. David?
My final 2 cents here. One is related to what Dimitris have mentioned. I think that this collaboration is working pretty well because we have quite complementary roles. So there are things that research institutes do much better than companies, and reveal also some blind spots for business companies that are more focused on other specific tasks. And the last comment is bringing, I think we're people that brings the energy to do things. And when you have the willing to do things and learn and keep on learning, I think that work fluids very, very, very well, and results can get done.
Thank you, David. I'll take this message, and if I may, I'll transfer this message to all the SMEs. I asked them before about the team, right? And I think the most important thing for a startup to work is not the skills of a team. This is important, of course, but the willing to make things work, I think it's much more important, right? And I'll take this as a final message because this is something that worked very well at EVOLVE-5G and the projects that we have in common. But I think this is something that all the SMEs can incorporate to their daily activities. Surround by people who share your vision, who share your mission, and who are willing to do most than others that you may think fit well for the opening positions that you may have. And that's it, Kostas. My apologies. It took some time, but you have to think that we are Spaniards and Greeks. So, you know, the replies always take more time than usually planned. So back to you, Kostas. Thank you very much for giving us the time. And thank you very much, David, Haris, George, and Dimitris for being here and being able to reply such challenging questions on my end. So thank you very much.
Todo bien, Javier. Muchas gracias. Okay, so I'd like to thank our esteemed speakers and also members of our jury. So moving on to our last pitching group, let me open up the schedule, but I would also like to let you know that since one of our speakers from the next panel has a time limitation, a time frame limitation that she can be with us, I would suggest we carry on with the speakers, with the pitches, but interrupt it in the middle so we can have a quick 10-minute panel discussion and then move on with the pitches. So if some of the teams from our next group cannot make it till the end, or at least to wait for their turn, kindly let me know via chat so I will put you now. Or if you don't have a limitation and you are fine with sticking with us until the end, which hopefully that's the case, then we can carry on with the schedule as it is. So as I can see here, my first team would be Kumukor, and Mika is here to present.
Hello.
Hi, Mika. So feel free to share your screen.
Okay, here
and
we go.
You have, I'm going to give extra points to those who finish under 5 minutes. No, I'm kidding. You can start. Go ahead.
So Kumukor is a 5G company. Our product is a private network, and basically what does that mean is that we have an similar kind of product than Wi-Fi, but it's with a booster, so it's a more powerful and more flexible. And as we have heard, there are all those APIs available that you can tailor applications to work with the network together to provide a much better user experience than in the past. We are a university spin-off, and our thing is to provide a leading edge technology. So basically using the latest technologies, using the latest standards, and doing things faster than the other companies. And why are we doing that? Is that we believe that the world is going, especially in the factories, it's going from automation to autonomy. So basically, we are combining them, mobility and AI, and then suddenly we will have a revolution in the factories. We will start seeing things that are beyond our imagination at the moment, and that's actually happening today. And now if we focus on this mobile side, that what are the options that what we have? So we have the problem that we need to provide an extremely reliable network, as we can understand that, you know, the machines are doing the production, so the communication needs to be extremely reliable. And there, the current options using a public mobile network or the Wi-Fi network, they are not good enough. So basically, when we combine them and create a non-public 5G network, that will actually solve the problem and provide us that needed reliability. Market prediction for the private networks, non-public networks is huge, that it's increasing very, very rapidly. And we are here focusing only the industrial part, so Industry 4.0. It's the largest vertical, but it's the only vertical that is there. The competitors, what we have, they are smaller companies like ourselves. There have been already some consolidation on the market. So Athonet was acquired by HPE with over $100 million ticket. That's rumored. I don't know what is the exact number, but that's basically showing that the bigger companies are buying smaller companies, and the market is progressing or going to the right direction. Kumu Core is a very unique situation. We are cash flow positive. We have customers around the world, and now we are basically looking for an funding for the growth. We are looking for 10 million euros to actually increase our capabilities. The business model, what we have is that we work through the local integrators. So we see ourselves as an technology provider. So our aim is not to have sales offices around the world, but rather work through the local integrators who has already the customers. Our team is very experienced, so the management has a huge experience from the technology, and then because of the university, we have the team of young talents coming in from the university itself. And now the funding, the growth is happening on the delivery side, providing the customer service and so on. At the moment, we are in the 5G Open Innovation Lab Accelerator in the United States that is sponsored by the big operators and the companies like Microsoft and Intel and so on. Why we are different is that we don't use any open source telco projects. We don't use any subcontractors. Everything is done in-house. We are 3GPP compliant inside out. So basically, everything what we do can be used by the others. And as said, using the modern software tools, 2 week sprints, we are faster than anybody else on our market. If you are interested on the Industry 4.0, I think we should talk. Here is my contact information, so please feel free to send me a message or even give me a call. Thank you.
Perfect, Mika. Thank you so much. That was almost right on time, so thank you for that. Moving on to the next team, I would like to invite Bing and Juan Luis to present.
Yes, give me 1 sec
Yeah,
in order to share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that now, can you share my screen?
No, we cannot see yet. Have you hit the share screen button and then chosen a window? You have to choose a specific window or just the whole
Okay,
screen.
yeah. Now?
Perfect. Yeah, now we can see.
One sec. Okay. Then we can start?
Yeah, 5 minutes in the clock.
Okay. First of all, my name is Juan Luis Tolosa. I'm the CEO of BNG, and we have a lot of common things with the EVOLVE-5G project, okay? Because we born with the promise of 5G for the vertical market, okay? We have put the focus on the application SLA assurance, okay? And at the beginning, we did two main pains, okay? But before to go into the pains is to say that less than 30% of the transformation projects are closed successfully in the industry, and that is a very, very bad data, okay? But regarding to the pains, okay, we found this is not the 5G triangle. No, this is the lack of understanding triangle, okay? We have the OT teams, the IT teams, the connectivity teams speaking different languages, okay? And we have also a lack of standardized SLA management for the applications, okay? Because the industry is adopting this kind of use cases, but by isolated manner, okay? Our ambition is the merge of the three worlds, the edge, the 5G, and how the apps use these technologies, okay? Because we have the use cases, as we mentioned before, the developers can use the APIs, but we think that most of the developers are not able to use the connectivity APIs. And for that reason, our proposal is, okay, let's define an SLA in our platform, okay? We will connect and we will listen the infrastructure, the network, and the edge, okay? And we will manage in order to assure those SLAs, okay? Then who call the APIs, who call the network, it's a BNG platform, okay? We have 4 key pillars is to maximize the infrastructure resource, also to have a lightweight approach, okay, in order to be able to deploy your platform in a constrained environment, okay? It's an SLA oriented and simplicity, okay? We need to avoid any IT connectivity OT jargon, okay? This is the platform. Regarding to the market, okay, those are very big numbers that we can see, but making a specific analysis of the platform significance in this kind of markets, our prediction for 2030 is around $500 million, okay, as a sum, okay. This is who are we competing with, okay, but here just to highlight that we are the only orchestrator, application orchestrator, who put the focus not only in the compute resource, but also in the connectivity resource, mainly in 5G, okay, for this programmability that previously we mentioned during the session, okay. We have already closed a pre-seed round, okay, around $500,000, okay. Who are our potential customers? Of course, the end customer is the vertical customers, but our go-to-market strategy is to go through the MNOs or industrial engineering companies, system integrator, network equipment providers, and so on, as an sell-through strategy, okay? And how do we make money is, okay, our focus is to be a platform as a service, but now we are making some money with some consultancy, platform integration, and so on, okay? But our focus is to be a platform as a service. Those are the business figures. We expect to have the break-even in 2025, okay? And this is the target for the next round that is here. This is the ask. We are asking for 1 million euros at 6 million per money valuation for a runway of between 18 and 24 months, okay, to reach the break-even, okay, and the spends will be close to 65% to product development and the rest for business development, okay, and we will we expect to close the round Q2, Q3 of next year, okay, and it's already open an early call. And here is the team. This is me and the CTO. This is Fernando. He has a deep OSS knowledge in the telco market, okay? And he's also part of the winner team of the XCMEC hackathon of 2021. And in fact, today he's in Silicon Valley for the hackathon of 2023. And I have also my advisory board, okay? That is Fernando, Alberto, and Tony. And that's all because we are out in time. And as enabler, our focus is to make real the promise of private 5G, of edge applications, AI, and so on. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Juan Luis. Thank you. So I would like to move on with the next team. I would like to invite Vismeral as the next team. I don't see them in the meeting, so I'm going to proceed with the next one, and then we'll get back to them. One AI, Frank. There you are.
Hi, right, Costas, let me get this set up. Let's see. Share the screen.
Perfect, yeah, we can see the whole screen.
Shall I start, Costas?
Yeah, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Right. So by way of introduction, my name is Frank Mungao, and I'm the CEO and founder of One AI.
My name is Anthony, and I'm the other co-founder, and I'm responsible for operations.
So despite the increasing importance of connectivity, it is a surprising fact that network operators face declining margins when providing internet services. This is because traffic continues to grow exponentially, which results in higher network expansion costs. But unfortunately, revenues are stagnating. So our technology has been developed to move operators from the red zone, where they continue to spend more on bandwidth, into the green zone, where network resources are optimized and customers reliably enjoy data speeds. Our team is committed to delivering these game-changing network economics. I have a doctorate in telecommunications and started working on the core technology more than 7 years ago after working for a tier 1 UK operator. We're currently a team of 3 co-founders, and our advisory board includes a veteran entrepreneur from Silicon Valley, ex-VP of Google Cloud, and also the ex-CTO of Nokia and 13th president of Bell Labs. So a key problem that operators face is that they lack the real-time analytics to help them understand how the available resources are affecting the experience of each active subscriber. As a result, resources tend to be grossly over-provisioned relative to demand to protect performance, but this is very costly. Given the scale and the complexity of the network, we need AI and automation for optimization. So at the core of our technology is an ultra-fast AI-powered computational engine that calculates the exact operation of applications such as Netflix based on the current state of the network in real time. So to the best of our knowledge, this is the first time that operators have this visibility of the end user demand, and our technology will help to overcome some of the key barriers to achieving greater efficiency of the network. So why now? This is because there's downward pressure on revenues from regulators. It's a heavily regulated industry. There's also crucial network evolution that's currently underway. We've talked about programmable and open networks. We would like to power that transformation. And finally, rising energy costs are also driving up operational costs, and we would like to play a part in mitigating that.
So, One AI has partnerships with Liquid Intelligence and Online Africa. Our tech milestones include running a successful pilot, which indicates that telco can reduce bandwidth by 80% without impacting subscriber experience for HD streaming. We also graduated from the EVOLVED-5G Accelerator course in Silicon Valley, and we were awarded Class of 23 for the Telecom Innovation Council, and also Class of the Next 20 Startup Program by TM Forum, DTW Next 20. Our current stage is assembling a customer advisory board or design partnerships after customary discovery with Telefonica. Our strategy is to bring industry leaders to launch an MVP. So the global SDN market is huge, with a TAM of 52 billion, and this is growing at a 19% CAGR. Our SAM is 26 billion, which assumes that network applications make up half the market. And the SOM is 2.6 billion, which assumes we can get a 10% market share. So WAN AI breaks new ground in terms of traffic analysis and management. So if we look at existing monitoring systems such as SolarWinds, these are too complex and slow for real-time analysis. And if we look at analytical peers such as OpNet, they're too complex and slow for real-time analysis. So WAN AI combines an ultra-fast computational engine with AI for real-time analysis. Our tech is 250 times faster than peers, and we can generate double-digit cost savings by switching off underutilized paths. So WAN AI has multiple revenue streams. At our core, it will be a usage-based model similar to AWS, where it will calculate the state of the network at every device, and it will charge a cost unit basis per megabit per second per month. We'll also have a subscription element, which controls the data traffic flows or providing operational intel, and then we would have initial cloud installation costs. So we'll be raising 1 million, and of which 250K funding would be used to develop an MVP and begin revenue generation. This would be followed by 750K funding used to scale up. So most of the funding would be used for product development, deploying novel machine learning and AI techniques, as well as requirement captures such as network slicing.
Thank you, guys. Is it
Thank
over?
you very much.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next two teams. And I would like to, because now I see that Bassem has already joined, and I also have Khaled with us. So guys, would you mind if you also pitch now? Two teams will have the pitch, but then we have the questions of the jury committee after the panel discussion in about 10 minutes. So is that okay for all of you?
Sure, that's fine.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah.
Perfect.
Do it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. So I would like to invite now Bassem for the next from Vismeralda.
May I have the presentation with you, or shall I have it in my own?
It'd be great if you could share it yourself, but if you cannot, I can do that for you. Yeah, but it would be better if you just do it on your own pace.
I would ask you kindly to have it on your side. Thank you.
Okay. So would you mind until I'll bring it up on my screen? Do you mind if we proceed with DigiZone and then we lastly have your pitch? So I would like to invite Khaled and Com.
Okay, hello.
Thank you. Hi, Khaled.
Morning. Okay, I will share my screen. If you don't mind.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
We have 5 minutes in the
see?
clock. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. The growing popularity of smartphones has changed the behavior of consumers who increasingly use their mobile device to make online purchases. So here are some real numbers. 73% of e-commerce revenue is generated by mobile devices. 79% of smartphone owners make purchases using their mobile phones. And 85% of consumers prefer to use mobile application to make purchases rather than websites. Unfortunately, only 11% of e-commerce websites worldwide have a mobile application. So future entrepreneurs / company required to have a mobile application are facing significant challenges, including find a reliable provider, be tech savvy, Developing a mobile application is expensive and time-consuming, and they need to ensure ongoing maintenance. So MCOM is a no-code platform that addresses all of your mobile application needs. It allows you to simplify the creation of mobile application in just few steps, extend the functionality of your application by purchasing additional modules. If you are a developer also, MCOM gives you the opportunity to create and market your own modules and features. So MCOM represents a complete ecosystem for all aspects of mobile applications. Regarding the market, our first target is e-commerce websites that can be converted into mobile applications. MCOM aims to target 8 million websites worldwide, which represent 35% in terms of covered CMS technology. Our estimated market share is about 0.1, which translates to an annual revenue of $19 million based on an average monthly subscription of $200. In terms of competition, hybrid mobile application creators are our competitors. MCOM stands out by being a standalone solution that offers enhanced and highly adaptable features. The platform is integrated with most of e-commerce CMS. Our mobile applications are generated on both Android and iOS and deployed on all app stores. The business model is based on the subscription, and our primary target is B2B. MCOM offers these packages: the free one, a standard offer, a pro offer, which permits access to the MCOM module marketplace, and the business offer that can benefit with really customized mobile application. So the customer acquisition strategy is based on 5 axes: offer a free limited subscription pack, sell MCOM module on e-commerce add-on marketplaces, provide programmable interface free of charge to enlarge MCOM compatibility, develop a network of integrators per country for large accounts, and make partnerships with startup support organizations to support startups. Our project progress: MCOM version 3 is live and the auto generation portal is ready. The average time to obtain a mobile application is about 20 minutes. The app of the apps is in beta. We have actually 40 apps online, and we are currently generating an MRR of $4,000 for 30 payers. You have here some numbers for MCOM platform.
Khaled?
Sorry.
Okay. I thought we lost you.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. In terms of fundraising now, MCOM needs a total of $500,000 over 24 months to fund marketing and sales, R&D, operational, and CapEx. The main objective is to validate the market and propel MCOM to the international. Haitham Godi and I, Khaled Medyouni, 2 entrepreneurs with more than 20 years of experience, worked with a young and talented team in different fields of expertise. And after 5,000 hours of research and 20,000 hours of development and using the latest technologies, we've created the MCOM platform. We thank our partners who supported us. The emergence of 5G technology is set to revolutionize the m-commerce industry, and 5G is empowering MCOM with speed and innovation. Lightning fast speed, the load is the most uncertainly, enhanced mobile shopping experience by augmented reality and VR shopping, seamless connectivity for IoT, improved supply chain management. The process such as inventory management and order tracking can be in real time, and enhanced security and personalizations for e-commerce transactions. Thank you.
Perfect, Khaled. Thank you so much. Now, moving on with the last speech. Bassem, I have the presentation ready for you. Let me go ahead and share the screen.
Right. So just about the progress. So I asked you kindly to progress.
You can tell me when to switch the slides.
Yep. Right. Thank you for having me. We are I'm Bassem. I represent Vismeral. We create hardware and software to help mainly workers within industries and to protect their health and provide production in quality in production. Yeah. So let's go. Next slide. Right. So we discovered that a lot of workers actually they have health issues. Third of them they get sick, and on the same time that companies they do not gain much. If we check on the next video, and that's on the same slide, you see that this video shows one challenge. If you could click, please, that this challenge actually is about displaying the defects in textile. Could you click, my friend? Thank you. Right. Yeah, you see how challenging this is. So there's a real dilemma between productivity and quality and health. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. Thank you, Constance. So we've been considering health protection and air filtering. If we see this video, it's one of the, this is our latest product for air filtering. And we've been promoting this within factories. We started with textile, but we discovered that the textile factories actually, they need air filtering, but they also have other issues. So let's go to the next slide. You see the new challenge. Right. Thank you, Constance. If you could click. Right. So let's go to the next slide. Right. Again, next. Thank you. Right. So we've been creating our dataset of defects of textile, and these are different defects we've been creating AI using this. So how it works, we will show that, see that in the next slide. Yep. Thank you. So this is the machine. The solution is called ViaFAM, Visual Automatic Fabric Marking, and it allows to use for industrial cameras, AI, and robotic marking. So this is the solution we're providing. Right, we go next. How it works, we created the CNC-like machine that operates on the X, Y, and Z axis, and it allows actually to mark the defects based on the AI decision that's taken from the decision unit. And let's go next. Right, so it's well positioned. Its advantage is that it allows actually to have more adaptability to existing machines. No need for heavy investments to get this quality or inspection. All we need is to add this add-on to existing machines, and this is very lightweight. Let's go next. So we are positioned from both adaptability, accessibility, and we keep also the air protection as an add-on in our proposal in our startup. So that's what you see. If you click, you will see this helmet that allows both quality and health protection. Let's go next. Right, so this is the biggest market in the world in terms of employment. The number one, same applies for our country, Tunisia, but for many other countries in the region, this is the number one employer worldwide. So we go next on the business model. Thank you. So the way we get money is by selling the machine. It's for 20K euros, and we get the freemium software. Then we would see on the next click that we have also subscription basis for the software that could be annual or monthly basis. Here we go. So this is our roadmap. We are making market fit for existing software to another German group, Gonser. We are extending also to the paper market. And we are now, I'm presenting, I'm already on GITEX in Dubai. And we know that in Dubai, we have the paper and fabric market that are very strong here. Let's go next. Right, so these are our technological market, business, European projects, all the partners. And finally, you could see our team on the slide. This is myself, I'm PhD in computer vision, user as our manager, Norman Zell, German designer, and all the engineering team under me. Yeah, we go. So what you see here is our demo. These are the 4 cameras, the decision unit, the connection to existing machine, the voltage, and underneath on the bottom corner, this is what allows actually 5G connection. It allows actually to send the data and get the model back once train it to get it into the machine. The last 2 slides, they show the X and Y axis and the Z axis. That's it. So if you want to choose a better future for the workers and the health, here we are.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bassem. And hopefully it didn't make it too hard for you to change the slides. Okay, so as discussed earlier, we're now going to have the panel discussion that we're very much looking for since the beginning of this demo day. So I would like to invite to the virtual stage. Let me put myself in spotlight. So I would like to invite to the virtual stage Claire Visser, who is a business and innovation and business developer at TU Delft. Hi, Claire. Let me spotlight you. Perfect, there you are. And also, I would like to invite Irini Liotou. As said earlier, she's an electrical and computer engineer, project manager, and researcher at Institute of Communication and Computer Systems. Thank you so much both for being with us today, and thank you so much for accepting this invitation for the panel discussion. Before I proceed, I would just like to let you know that Leon Gavalas, founder of Peacepod, will not be able to join us today because he's having the flu. He's still sick, so we are wishing him a very fast recovery, and hopefully we get to speak with him in a future panel discussion. So, without further ado, I would like to, first of all, as I introduce you to the audience, I would like to let you know that the topic of our discussion would be the future of business. And the future of business is probably a dynamic landscape where innovation, technology, and evolving market trends shape the way organizations operate, compete, and succeed at the end of the day. So in this panel discussion with my esteemed speakers, we will aim to explore the key drivers of change and probably the strategies that will define the businesses of tomorrow and probably the next generation of young entrepreneurs, let's say. So Claire, Irini, thank you so much for this and for accepting the invitation. I would like to start with a question to Claire. Claire, we got the chance to meet you at TU Delft, and it was really exciting and interesting to see all the amazing achievements you have there, and you have, let's say, grown the local ecosystem. So I know that your role involves fostering innovation and business development. What strategies and support mechanisms can organizations, especially universities and research institutes, implement to better bridge the gap between academia and industry, and how does this contribute to the future of business?
Well, thank you for being here. Indeed, I work for TU Delft. That's one of the technical universities in the Netherlands. And I recently started at the Impact Studio, which is the pre-incubator of our university. And that also, is in line with the answer you're seeking, I think. Well, it's a long question, different answers possible. So I believe that it's very important to have a look at your funnel. So really to see how the funnel is also filled, where everybody comes into the funnel, and also where the technologies are in what stages. A big challenge is, I believe, to look at the ecosystem, I think the glass is half full. If I speak about Europe, we're doing good, but we can always do better, and really look at how we can contribute there. And then the main challenge is I think, to identify also the tech that is in your ecosystem, and then how you can actually nurture it. So look for the tech where it can really solve a problem, so it can serve society in the end, also to get the right people around it. And of course another challenge is also always pre-seed funding to support these in the very early stage. Your question, like part of the question?
The last part of the question was if you could tell us how this can all contribute to the future of business. So the collaboration between the academia and the industry, the commercialization, let's say, of the research, it can really have a tremendous effect on the business. So how do you see that contributing to the future of business and of work?
Yeah, so how we actually look at it is, I think collaboration is more important than ever. Collaboration within your own region, within your own nation, and also across Europe. We are competitive, but we're not competitors. Our competitors are really from Far East, China, VS. They're looking for talents, they're looking for companies.
and we need to collaborate with them and be cooperative, of course, because we also need their markets. But if we're talking about how can we grow our tech, or how can we grow our startups within our ecosystems, is really to collaborate together, to not be afraid of each other, and make sure that that's very important first steps go as smooth as possible. They will get the right brainstorm partners, whether they're in your ecosystem or in another ecosystem. Make sure that that the information that these very early stage entrepreneurs need, that they will get access to it, to avoid costly mistakes. And that's I believe that's really the key, and that goes for sharing knowledge as well as expertise and practicalities.
Okay, perfect. Very interesting what you mentioned, and I would like now to head back to Irini with a similar, let's say, question really relevant to what we discussed right now. Irini, I know that you have a background both in technology and research. How do you envision the convergence of technology and research influencing the future of business as well, particularly in industries like telecommunications and computer systems, which I know you're very familiar with?
Okay, thank you for the question. So traditionally, technology and research are two parallel threads. So they, especially in the telecom sector, they are complementing each other, but in parallel, they are meeting each other, let's say, along the way. And both are always driving innovation forward. On the one hand, I could say that research leads the way by posing the fundamental questions and providing the methodologies or the answers to these questions. And then these answers lead to technological breakthroughs, usually. On the other hand, technology, which usually stems from industrial efforts, bring the more practical, the more realistic perspective to this discussion. So this fits back then to the research thread, and the cycle continues on and on. So when technology and research converge in such a way, it can lead to beautiful things. So for instance, in terms of telecom, to develop more powerful networks or systems in general that provide more features, enhanced capabilities. It can lead to the optimization based on even mathematical frameworks and improvement of management solutions for networks and systems. It can lead to solutions that are not one size fits all, but personalized and tailored to specific needs. New services and applications can be enabled, for example, in the era of network applications, the platforms that are currently provided for 5G, etc. And overall, also machine learning and artificial intelligence can help build businesses take more informed decisions. So therefore, I would say that the future of business entails and even demands the collaboration and interaction among the traditional technological players, the SMEs and the startups like the participants today that have high tech expertise. They have disruptive ideas that really we need, as well as universities and research institutes need to be added to this equation. Thankfully, in telecom, the nature of the questions posed and the answers provided match this convergence. So typically, this is the case.
Perfect. And I like what you mentioned about the disruptive ideas, and I'm going to get back to that to you later. I'm just going to get back to Claire. Claire, since we talked about the, let's say, the intercollaboration between the research and the business, and you've played a significant role in the university in developing a center that would allow those young students to develop their business ideas. How can educational institutions adapt their curricula and programs to prepare students for the changing landscape of business and entrepreneurship? Perhaps you would like to share with us, since here we have a diverse group of people from across Europe, would you like to share insights from the Dutch ecosystem and perhaps what best practices could be adopted by emerging innovation ecosystems?
Yes, very good question. A lot of different possibilities also for it. So I think we've built our ecosystem upon different questions within the ecosystem, having good talks with partners to see where their problems are. Is it talent or is it actually technology? And we've built curricula around it. And also sometimes some flexible curricula. So there are minor programs that you can join for points. and then that, for example, involves that you're really going to build your startup within the program. But because you also get study ACTs, you also need to deliver a report of it, of course. But at the same time, that minor program is also accessible for students that just want to do it for the sake of building their company, not in need of study points, and also that's too big of a load. So they can join and they can partake within the minor program and actually build their startup together with others, but they don't need to do the paperwork to get the points. So really looking for, okay, what is the need of the students, but also the businesses. We also have a program where, a minor program where, for example, startups will work on cases from the businesses. And we have very a variety of for example, competitions where they can also work on. And that's, for example, the impact contest. So that's also the impact contest is an outcome of one of our minor programs, for example. And the fun part is that the winners of the impact contest will compete with the winners of the impact contest of our other technical universities. So when we are working on something, we're always trying to see how we can improve it. And our attempt is really always to take it step by step. So we have something in mind and we're just going to see, okay, but if we want to start, where can we start? And that can be for doing a course, and then you've run the course and you're like, okay, but we think we can put ACTs on it. And then you get the variety. We think we can add businesses, or you think we can make it a competition. And always, like, you should always keep on dreaming, because in the end, you need to make sure that your dreams will become reality. But as also is building a startup, take it step by step. Be okay with having a minimal viable product that is maybe not as sexy or as good as you wanted it to be, but build it. So also always be very critical to yourself. So what you teach the startups and what you teach entrepreneurs, approach yourself that way as well. So you first start with the validation of the things you are doing, and you validate it by asking your stakeholders, you validate it by asking the students, and you evaluate also what you are doing. And sometimes then also you need to kill your darlings. So keep on dreaming, or shape, like really speak out and talk with others about what you want, and then really see, okay, how can we cut it into pieces to do it and take time for it.
Mm-hmm. Like a perfect answer and very honest, and I'm just going to keep that. We may all be dreamers, but we're definitely not the only ones. So really, really beautiful what you said. I'm going to head back to Irini now, and let you. You discussed earlier about the disruptive ideas and how those can, let's say, influence the future of work. Could you mind telling me which are the disruptive actors and roles that are envisioned in the future of business, according to your opinion, of course, and what are the associated opportunities that you might foresee?
Sure. So traditionally, we had the roles of the mobile network operator, the cloud infrastructure provider, hardware and software vendors, or even road infrastructure providers when we discuss about automotive applications. But except for these roles, now there are some new roles and actors that have already emerged, actually, and they are significantly promoted by the Commission as well, which are the service creators, service providers, the network or application functions developers, the network application developers or providers, whereby, just to make a parenthesis, network application is what you have discussed in previous courses, any virtual application that can be deployed on top of 5G infrastructure. So overall, these new actors and roles create this new emerging ecosystem that also Harilaus described previously in the previous session. And this ecosystem breaks this monolithic paradigm and the business model where the large telecom providers owned the whole market and they were responsible for an end-to-end service provisioning, while their system, so the network, used to be a black box offering best effort services to the outside players, application providers, for instance. Now the network is open for programmability or even for configuration, indirectly at least, in terms of its resources to the various services. To the second part of your question, what are the associated opportunities? So this facilitates the proposition of innovative 5G-enabled applications, which also have reduced time to market, which is the case because they do not need to have specific hardware resources that they would not have anyway due to money. And also to increase their competitiveness of SMEs or startups, as they do not need anymore to do huge investments in dedicated infrastructures, specialized equipment, and so on. So if I could give an advice to the participants today, is to try to reposition yourself in the market, to understand which are the new actors and roles that you could play in this ecosystem, how you can take advantage of this new ecosystem, and also to take advantage of the outcomes of projects such as EVOLVE-5G and other projects like 5G Anna that I'm working on, that offer you platforms and actually tools. I see Javier laughing. I had to advertise our project. So to use the platforms and the tools that projects are giving to you through the commission.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this honest and really well testified, informed answer. So we got your, just quickly sum up our discussion. It was really lovely talking to you. We got your advice to the teams. Claire, would you like to voice a quick advice to the teams that are here or watching us through the live stream?
For me, their advice.
Yeah, and to give an advice to them, to the next generation of entrepreneurs, people starting their business journey right now. Just what would you advise them real quick?
Yeah, never hesitate to ask a help question. And if you talk to someone, always ask them if they can introduce you to someone they think you need to talk with.
Excellent. No, really nice. Okay, it was so lovely talking to you both. And I'm sure that if we had more time, we'll be talking for 1 hour or so. So Claire, thank you so much for accepting the invitation and for having you here. It was just such a pleasure. And Irini, also thank you as well. And you're also participating in the jury committee. So we'll be having you again shortly in the air, let's say. So Claire, would like to dismiss you.
Well, good luck with the tough decisions today, and already my congratulations to all finalists.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're gonna move on with the last Q&A session as promised. So I would like to invite the judging committee, the jury, to start with the questions to the last 5 teams. Just to give you a brief, to freshen up your memory, it's Kumukor, B&G, Vismerald, 1II, and MCOM DigiZone. So who would like, we have a jury member that would like to go first and ask a question to the teams?
Okay, Kostas, if I may, I have a question. So first of all, thank you all the presenters for the representations. So I would like to ask, and this question applies to all the teams. How was the product or the solution that has been presented? How it was evolved from the early versions? And I mean that did you identify any major change that you had to do in order to improve it and to improve and leverage your solution? For example, in some cases like Kumukor and B&G, it is obvious that you follow the standards, and the evolution, of course, of the standards could be a cornerstone for your solution. However, maybe there is also another point that could be identified as a cornerstone. So the question applies to all the teams from different perspectives.
Well, if I start from Kumukor perspective, so yes, it's true that it's a constantly evolving. We started from 4G, then we went to 5G, and now we are working already on the 6G projects. But the more important is, in my opinion, is that we started as an open source project, but then we quite quickly realized that the team that what we had, it was just kind of a fixing others' problems. So then you know that there was an open source community creating a code, but the quality of the code was so bad that the Jose Costa Requena, who is the founder and the CTO of the company, all his time went to the fixing the bugs that the other created. So that's why we kind of took everything in and started developing from the scratch ourselves.
Thank you, Mika. Up next, Juan Luis.
Yes, it is a very good question because we need to evolve with the technology and from the BNG standpoint, what we need to avoid is ad hoc integrations. We try to work as a standard as possible, okay, in order to avoid this one-by-one integration, because if not, that is not scalable. And that is one of the challenge, because everything is specified in the 3GPP, but the reality is when you go to the market, nobody is 100% 3GPP compliant, right? Based on that, we are trying to use common frameworks. Like, for example, all the architecture is based on the operator platform project from GSMA. Okay, we are trying to follow standards, okay, but of course we need to adapt ourselves every day. Yeah.
Perfect. Up next, we have Basim.
Sorry, could you please repeat the question for me, please?
Yes, of course. So my question was if you have identified so far any major changes that has been critical in order for you, to leverage and improve your solution compared to the very early versions and the first prototype, let's say.
Yeah, so my understanding is that how could the positioning of our solution compared to the others, or to the first prototype. So we are talking about the textile solution, right? Yeah. The way we proceed about the solution is that it's similar in terms of execution in AI basis. So we have a set of defects. This is the same actually for the others. So on that sense, on AI inspection, we do the similar thing. And the add-on is that we enable existing machines that are not AI capable, actually. They have these machines they call the visitors or the visiting machine. We enable them to become AI enabled. I hope I answered your question. If you need something more, I could explain more.
No, I'm covered. I mean, thank you for your answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Frank or Anthony?
Yeah, I think I'll take the question, Kostas. Yeah, so a great question. In terms of the evolution of our technology, so we started with a very fundamental first principles problem of the internet, which is if you know what the resources are and the state of the network is, can you tell the operator how each subscriber is experiencing the network? So we started on a very technology-based angle with our evolution, and very gradually we're now actually looking at use cases for the technology. So we're going from technology to product, and that means looking at challenges for the operator, such as meeting stringent QoS requirements. This is something that we're just proposing at the moment to various operators, and being able to leverage these open and programmable frameworks to actually deliver our solution to the operator. So yeah, in a nutshell, we're moving from technology to product, and we're making the most of this open programmable framework to deliver the solution.
Thank you, Frank. And last but not least, we have Khaled.
Yes, thank you for the question. For us, MCOM project will benefit with the evolution of the technology, like infrastructure as 5G or 6G in the future. Actually, we are implementing the augmented reality feature and the AI for our platform. We think that if we don't apply of these new utilities that will be standards day after day, then our competitor will. So we will be passed away. So I think we need to implement this new technology as possible as we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Khaled. So I will invite another member of the jury. If they would like to voice a question, raise a question to the teams.
If I may, Kostas.
Yeah, George,
so
go ahead.
many thanks for the detailed and really interesting presentations. They all included some business model and financial forecasts. So my question would be whether there is some technology forecast, meaning that we are planning for the years to come. But what about technology that is expected to come? Would you expect that there will be some new technology enablers for you, like 6G or more advanced AI? Or on the other hand, do you think that there would be some new technologies implemented in your target market that could make your solution obsolete? So it would be nice to listen each company if they have addressed this kind of forecast for technology.
Yeah, that's a really good question for us. That we are actually living in the beginning of the new technological cycle. So that the mobile networks, they have been based on the layer 3 from the very beginning of the introduction of the IP network. So and now in these industrial cases, the requirement is go to the layer 2, and that's kind of happening right now. And then after that, there will be improvements in the air interface that will enable a significantly lower latency, and that will then translate to the faster production processes that can be controlled because the latency is lower. And then going forward, it's foreseen that there will be new frequencies, especially when we go to the 6G era, and that will then enable more accurate, more bandwidth demanding cameras, and that will then help the controlling the processes. So yes, there is an technology roadmap. If this technology come obsolete, the alternative is basically Wi-Fi and then the proprietary radios. So it's possible, but it's quite unlikely.
Thank you, Mika. Let's have Juan Luis. And please try to keep your answers short. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, it is. There are two views. The first one is how we introduce new technologies in our product roadmap. Okay. For example, in our case, we are introducing now machine learning algorithms and AI in order to make decisions about what if analysis. Okay. If it's happening that in this application with these resources, what is the action to be applied over the infrastructure? This is internal. And the second view is how these new technologies affect our growth in business. Okay. And for example, the AI for us, that is forcing for the edge computing in order to avoid an increase of OpEx in cloud. Okay. And it also reinforce our value proposal in the market. Then we are analyzing that from these two point of view.
Thank you, Juan Luis. Frank, you're up next, I think, or Bassem, whoever is ready to go. Go, Frank.
I suppose I'm ready. So the technology shift that we're very excited about is standalone in 5G. And the reason for that is that there's been a lot of talk about how underwhelming 5G non-standalone has been because we're essentially using 4G pipes. So we are very, very excited about the prospect of standalone. And I did mention, for example, the packet scheduling for stringent QoS requirements. So we're very, very excited about applying our technology for that kind of a use case with 5G and beyond 6G as well.
Bassem, are you ready?
Yeah, hello again. So the way we see the progress in the technological point of view is that once we started promoting the machine for quality inspection for the fabrics, we discovered that some of the companies, they are either aiming to buy the whole big machine that allows for the whole fabric inspection. It costs a lot actually, so we are able actually to produce prototypes of the big thing. So this is the next step as we are able to, but this is a huge investment actually. Instead of providing the accessory to existing machines, we provide the whole machine. So this enables more, I would say, the whole machine to be more connected. So the whole machine would be 5G capable, etc., etc. But this will come on stages. For now, we're aiming, given investment-wise, for the add-on to existing machines. Evolution will come later. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Khalid.
So I think you are right. We need to observe technology, but not to fear from it. In our field, I think that the quick development of the EA, artificial intelligence, can make things go faster than expected. So this is pushing us to be more attentive to the new emerging startups and utilities that can have really exponential development and advancements.
Thank you so much. We have 2 to 3 minutes left, so I would invite any jury member that would like to raise a questions.
Yeah,
If you have,
Kostas.
yeah. Thank you, Ivano. And I would like the teams to
very
briefly, of course.
Briefly, yes. I'd like to ask a question on the teams, really direct question. At the moment, you are thinking of commercializing your solution. So my question is, how much at the moment 5G is helping you to address all your innovation priorities and eventually is helping to reduce the resources that you have forecasted to commercialize your solution?
Well, for us, it's 4G and 5G. Those are the main areas that are deployed at the moment, and then a little bit of development goes to the 6G already. So I think we are not reducing the resources from the R&D. So basically, it's just kind of building the network capabilities and the delivery capabilities.
Go ahead, Juan Luis.
Okay. Yes, for Vinci, it's a similar situation that Mika mentioned before. It is not reducing the R&D cost, but what is real is what is happening around the environment of the ecosystem of 5G. For example, project like Open Gateway, it's helping a lot. The new spectrum policies in the different countries for the private 5G networks can help a lot. Of course, we would like to have more traction in those aspects, but during this last year, seems that everything is changing. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bassem.
Hello again. Well, the way I think about the question is that what 5G enables. Actually, we know that we need to transmit the new detections. So we know that the new images we are detecting for defects, and we know that for every new industry, for every new type of fabric, there is a new set of data that has to be uploaded. So this means a lot of images. So the classic way is to send it wirelessly, meaning via wire. Now 5G enables us to get the data as we are in our office, get the whole thing and retrain it. So that's the way I think 5G is an enabler. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Sorry, Khaled.
Okay. Actually, should I go?
Khaled, are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, I thought it would not be me. Okay, actually, 5G is used for MCOM as a support for internet on the mobile devices, but we are working on many aspects that 5G can help us, especially for the new markets. The important thing that we will be collecting data for stats, and this can be very beneficial for our customer and for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Last but not least.
Yeah, thank you, Kostas. Yeah, so we're really excited about this programmable aspect because it means that we believe we've got a solution that can be very beneficial to the operator, and we can talk directly to the operator about solving this problem. So programmability opens up the market to innovation, and that's key for startups like us.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so that sums up the pitching groups and the Q&As, and we will soon be able to have the results. I would like to bear with me one more minute, and I would like to really go around all of our juries, all of our jury committee that spend their whole day here listening to the pitches, to interesting ideas, asking the questions. So I would like very briefly from each one of you to give me a final, let's say, remark, feedback, or something you would like to raise, depending on, regarding the teams that you've seen today. What are your thoughts? But very, very quickly. So whoever wants to go first, I don't want to pick. Feel free to switch on your mic from the jury and let's say voice your feedback from what you've seen today.
Kostas, I'll hop in if I can.
I'm sorry?
I just said I'll jump in if I can. From our side, it's just to say, it's been great being part of the EVOLVED-5G project. We're still learning a lot about it. So thank you and Maria as well. It's been great getting the courses from you both. And yeah, we look forward to being part of, the innovation in the industry. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Frank, for this honest opinion, and we're really happy having you. So moving back to the jury committee, who would like to go first? Vayos, you're mute.
Okay. Overall, very impressed by the innovative ideas that were presented, all these new products and services, and all this dynamic and potential for evolving them into actually useful services that we need, and all these commercialization targets that have been set. Personally, I would be very pleased if after a few months or even years, see all of them being coupled with 5G potential and taking advantage of all these advances that 5G will provide us. And as was my question, to see cost benefit in favor of all these companies because of 5G usage. That's my comment.
Thank you, Vayos.
And congratulations to all.
Thank you. Up next, who do we have?
Maybe.
Okay, Irini. Javier, sorry, ladies first. Irini, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, so first of all, I would like to say congratulations to everyone in EVOLVED-5G for organizing all this accelerator program. I understand how difficult it must have been. You have attracted the amazing SMEs with great potential, and it's very good that you bring value and impact back to them. And then they bring to the society. And also, it was very impressive the fact that these SMEs have identified some gaps in the market. So if I could try myself to think of a gap, it would not be possible. So it was really inspiring also for us to hear all these pitches today.
Thank you, Irini. Javier, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Irini, for joining us, by the way. I'd like to make this public because it's, she's been always there, and supporting EVOLVED-5G. And thank you very much for joining us today as well, for the whole day, actually, Irini. So thank you very much. What can I say? What I can say is that, first of all, we need you. We need the SMEs, and we need their ideas, and we need their businesses in order to build the future. This is not just something that we need to do, the telecoms operators, the vendors by ourselves. In the future, solutions that are planned to be commercialized, the SMEs and the startups that are bringing new ideas and innovative services will play a key role. So there will be, as my view, my personal views, that in the future, in the coming years, actually, not in the future, because it sounds like a very far away. In the coming years, we expect a full integration between telecom operators, vendors, and solutions that are built on top of the networks and the infrastructures that we have. So we need all together in Europe in order to build an ecosystem that is competitive enough to face the challenges of the future, and with other solutions that are taking place overseas as well. And the last comment that I can say is that some of you, because of EVOLVE-5G is coming to an end in December, right? Most of these resources, tools, and developments that we have built are almost there in public, but there will be future updates and evolutions. If you plan to continue somehow the integration of your solutions with the developments that we have created in EVOLVE-5G, there are other opportunities in upcoming SNS projects, right? Funding calls where the platforms that we have in EVOLVE-5G will be exposed and will be at your disposal for validating use cases and for bringing up technology to the 5G infrastructures that are already there, right? So follow us, because there will be funding opportunities in 2024 and 2025 for you to engage more with the developments that we have created in EVOLVE-5G.
Thank you so much, Javier. Okay, anyone else would like to say few, like, very briefly, something about our today's cohort and what, any would like to share opinion or feedback?
Kostas.
Harry, go ahead.
Okay. Just also to congratulate all the startups and the SMEs for presenting the services and applications. From my perspective, I have to say that all the participants are winners, because above all, they are realizing innovation. So independently of the result of the accelerator, it is very good that the 5G initiative that EVOLVE-5G promotes has triggered these startups to become more innovative and to produce novel services, applications, etc. I am sure that in the future, 5G will become a more basic ingredient in the novel business models and services that the startup community will start to develop and define. But again, congratulations to all. I think that this is the first step towards a very nice trip that 5G will sustain in the next years.
Thank you, Harry. It's very beautiful. Very well said. Up next, anyone? Or shall go ahead, George.
Okay. So just to let everybody know that I also come from the technology consumer side of EVOLVE-5G, from an SME. And I really admire the way that all these presentations were prepared and made, exploiting these innovative technologies. And we really thank you for providing additional use cases. It's always impressive seeing how the diversity, the variety of applications that can be developed thanks to some infrastructure that was made. So we always need to have our eyes open and see what's going on to see how to better exploit for our companies. And I have one question to make the funny part of it. I think my Greek colleagues will definitely understand why. To Michele from Cambo, what would be the durability of this gluten-free straw? How long could it last within a coffee? Michele, are you there? Can you answer the question? No, so
Maybe
we'll
there's
skip
not.
it.
No worries. I'm happy to connect you later, George.
Okay, just know about frappe. That's the idea.
Time.
Yes.
Perfect. I know what you're talking about. I can totally relate. Okay. Anyone would like to, from the jury committee, would like to say something, or shall I proceed to the results? I'm sure the teams are really anxious. Okay, let's do this. So I would like to invite each member. You've all been informed for the results, and I would like to invite one by one. I'm going to say the name of each jury member, and you will announce the team that proceeds to the top 10 of the EVOLVE-5G Accelerator. So firstly, I would like to invite Javier. Javier, could you give us the result?
Averato.
Averato, okay. Averato is one of the teams that will proceed to the next, the final stage of the accelerator. Just to let you know, I forgot to mention that the order that we're going to be saying the teams is completely irrelevant. It does nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the points scored by each team. Up next, I would like to invite Haris Kumaras.
Yep, and the Oscar goes to okay. Athleton Plus. Congratulations.
Athleton Plus. Okay, perfect. Up next, I would like to invite Yaka Chihan. Did I say it correctly?
Yes, you did it.
Perfect.
Sorry for my pronunciation right now. So the first one is abnosis.
Abnosis. Perfect. Thank you, Yaka.
Congratulations.
Up next, thank you so much. Congratulations to the team so far, and we have more to announce. Vaios Kumaras, I would like you to tell us the next team.
The B in G.
B in G. Perfect. Then I would like to invite Dimitris Cholkas. Dimitri, you're mute.
Involuntary, if I pronounce it well.
Involuntary, yeah.
Involuntary.
Thank you. Up next, Irini Liotou, give us the name.
Link Robotics.
Link
Congratulations.
Robotics. Perfect. George Macropoulos.
Okay, so the next team that earns the ticket is Kumukor.
Kumukor.
Congratulations.
Up next, George Kanderakis. Please look at Vaios' name and announce the team.
We won AI?
No. Yeah, one AI, but we're kind of mixing the names here. Okay, perfect. Ivano, announce the team.
Yeah, the lucky name is Vismerald.
Vismerald. Perfect. Thank you. Alexandros, please look at Urinov. Okay, I'm going to be saying the next name, which is the 10th, I think, team that will move on. And I also have a little surprise for you. So the next team that will go ahead is DigiZone. MCOM DigiZone. It's the 10th team that goes to the last round of the EVOLVE-5G Accelerator. But since we had a draw between two teams that scored the same point, oops. Yeah, we would like to make an exception and enroll 11 teams to the final stage. And I'm going to be asking Alexandros Nusias, who is the manager director of Evolve Entrepreneurship, to announce the last and 11th team to move on to the final round. So I would like, Alexandros, I would like you to look at number 4 and say the name.
Okay, hello from me as well. The 11th team is Nodo.
Nodo, right. Thank you so much, Alexandros. Excuse me for that, but I was trying to forward you the results as well. Okay, so just to briefly announce them all the 11 teams that go to the last round, it's Averato, Athleton Plus, Abnefsis, Involuntary, Nodo, Link Robotics, B&G, Kumukor, Vismerald, One AI, and DigiZone and Com. Congratulations to all the teams that picked today, and also congratulations to the 11 teams that made it to the final stage of the accelerator, where you will be receiving hands-on mentoring and coaching not only from Involve's entrepreneurship, mentoring network, but also from the partners of the consortium as well, if needed. And I know some of you have already started doing that through the previous chapter of the EVOLVE-5G Accelerator. So now I would like to invite Javier to the virtual stage, and also Alexandros, just to the three of us make the closing of this beautiful day, and and give the remarks, the final remarks. Javier?
Alexandros, I'll let Alexandros, yes, take the floor.
Okay, I would like to thank on our end everyone, both within the consortium and also all the teams that participated even from the initial stages of this accelerator, as well as our guest speakers and jury members. It's great to have all these people and their backgrounds combined towards the benefit of the innovators of tomorrow. So I just wanted to close by letting you know that our team is always at your disposal to facilitate any need and help you achieve your goals. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Alexandros. Javier, would you like to say any final words?
Alexandros, congratulations on my behalf to your team, Involved, because they did an excellent work, not just for this demo day today, for all the work that your team has done so far in the implementation of this acceleration program. This is just a way to visualize the work that they have doing for the last 5, 6, or 12 months. I don't remember exactly. Like, we started this long ago, and they've worked a lot, and they have implemented an excellent acceleration program. As I always say, they have implemented, or you guys actually, Alexandros, your team has implemented a true acceleration program within the context of a European funded project, which is never easy, right? So many thanks for being there and helping us as a project to implement this acceleration program. And final words to all winners. I don't want to, use this word of winners, because for me, all those participants that have reached this stage of the acceleration program are winners. I would like to say that. But thank you very much for your pitches. It's never easy to pitch your business idea in 5 minutes. It's even, I think, it's even more difficult to do it online. So congratulations, everyone, for doing the effort, and thank you for joining us and being there. We are here to help you as much as we can. So do not hesitate to contact us and contact the EVOLVE-5G team to support you. And I'd like to also thank my colleagues from EVOLVE-5G and Irene again for being there and being available. Georgios, I'm seeing George Macropoulos and George Kantarakis, Ivano, Harry Laos Vallos, David, Costas, everyone here, all the jury members, thank you very much for being available, for making yourselves available for today. Really important for me as PC of EVOLVE-5G. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. Thank you, Alexandros. Thank you, everyone. Congrats to all the teams, not just those that that go on to the next stage, but congrats to all the teams that pitched their ideas today, as you very well said. I would like to thank, on behalf of Involve and the EVOLVE-5G consortium, all the speakers today that spoke to our teams, to the people on the live stream that share their experience and insights with us, and also to the jury committee that was here to ask the questions, review the teams, make this an interactive, let's say, discussion rather than a competition or a pitching competition. So I'd like to thank everyone. Enjoy the rest of your days and your week, and we'll be in touch. Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. See you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.